Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 at Merchant Taylors School. Middlesex taking on Northamptonshire in this county championship match, and going pretty well as well overnight. Good news is, which everybody wants to know this morning, how's the weather? It's a bit cloudy overhead, but set for a near full day, and a day that could be the final one of this match. We won't talk too much about that. Matt Kabir-Floyd's alongside me today. Journalists always live in hope, don't they? Floydie, first of all, nice to have you with us. But secondly, good game for Middlesex so far, and bubbling up nicely. But fortunately, as I say, weather's the big part you look to straight away.
Yeah, it's gone almost perfectly, hasn't it, so far? Middlesex brilliant with the bat. I think it was the right decision to just try and bat once, get a big score on the board, and then the bowlers did their jobs, picked up 4 yesterday, in a good position today. They've had a bit of a rest, but I think the plan is to try and bowl them out twice now, isn't it? So you need the bowlers to be fit, you need them to be on it, everyone working together as a team. And it feels like this is a big opportunity as well, doesn't it? Because it's such a bun fight. Leicestershire look like they might beat Derbyshire, so they could be well ahead of the rest. And then everyone else, including Kent really, at the bottom, are kind of competing for that second promotion spot. And a win here would be great for Middlesex. Going back-to-back after that Leicestershire win would get them right back up the table. I think it's going to be a real fight for the rest of the season. I think Middlesex have got to take this opportunity now. They're in a dominant position. Just see it home. They're going to have to bowl well because, as we saw, it's not a minefield out there. You're going to have to really earn your wickets.
Yeah, should be a fascinating one. We'll pick through it more in a few moments. We'll have all the action for you in the live enhanced stream here in association with Daft Bet. But first of all, let's have a look back on those day 2 highlights. Well, different ball, same outcome. Half volley outside off, and Kane Williamson. Oh, a low full toss. Now he's clipped it for 1. They'll look for the second. Back they come. And there's the century for Kane Williamson. 44 first-class centuries for Kane Williamson. A hug from Holdham and a brilliant, brilliant knock on his championship debut. Eased by Williamson and too easy. Cry a catch, it went fine. There's a short fine leg in there. That's the record for the second wicket against Northamptonshire. And then drops on in short, Guthrie. And he's punished for it as well. 147 for Holden. Oh, that's beautifully run by Holden. There's heads hanging, but Holden over the top of that, angling the bat, and he has his 150. Second of the summer. An incredible knock that nearly turned the game. Well, it did turn the game, but Middlesex couldn't quite see it over the line against Lancashire at Lord's start of the summer. He backed it up. Oh, that's close. It's got to be gone, hasn't it? It has. Holden falls. The ball keeps low, and I tell you what, as frustrating as that'll be for Holden, Middlesex won't mind that a whole deal. 8th over of the second day. That's trouble. That's big trouble, and that's gone. Williamson falls. Guthrie gets one to nip back in. And the two Centurions, the two overnight batters, fall. Salisbury there. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Middlesex off the mark after the fall of the third wicket. Indeed, off the mark after the fall of the second wicket. And it's through, and it's away, and it's 4 runs. Deploys off the mark. That'll feel better. That's a lovely shot by Higgins. Leans into it outside off. Oh, that is in the air for a moment. Just stretching for it slightly. Edgy. And then full and straight and driven. There's the example. Well, not great cricket all round, I'd say. Leg stump half volley. Well, full bunger, and Deploy saw that early and makes no mistake. Huge 6. Wide on the crease. Banged it in short, and the angle was there for the left-hander to go hard at it, and he did. Beautifully, immaculately timed. Look at him, really. That from Kane Williamson yesterday. Smothered sweep from Higgins, gets it away fine. That's really tidily done. Was there bat involved? No, he's gone. Well, I think there was bat involved. That was my first instinct. Higgins looks ruefully back at the umpire, and I'd imagine that's why. Wow, 2-2. Zay bowls him off stump sound of the grounds. The spinners are in the game. Plenty in it for the spinners. There's a slip and a short leg now. And as a result, he goes a little bit too straight with the short leg in play. Cracknell. Followed by a full toss. All the good work by Northamptonshire. It gets undone so quickly. That's a nice shot. And that's 450 for Middlesex. And that will be 4 more. And a single to end the over. Bartlett going for 8 off his 2, and likely to end the session as well. Yes, off they come. There it is. Deploy brings up his 50. Yes, the call. They've run the first hard. They can jog back to their positions. Lovely use of the feet from Cracknell. All the way for 6 to bring up his 50. From the century at Wantage Road, his maiden first-class son, now 50. Picked up sweetly. That's Cracknell at his best, sees it early, and it goes all the way. Oh, it goes again. Cry a catch on this one. Tidied up at long leg. Guthrie coming around. Cracknell falls for 73, looking to go big once more. Oh, now, where's that gone? It's dollied up. Taken at mid-wicket. Go harder parts. 0 from 5, 560. Use of the feet and gone. He's not going to have got that back foot back in time. Oh, well. Tom Helm has decided now is the time. Punch through. And punched before. And Deploy has his first century of the summer. His first since being confirmed as Middlesex's first class and T20 skipper. And a raise of the bat to the pavilion and around Merchant Taylors for Middlesex's new skipper. Goes again. Goes all the way this time. Even cleaner strike from Helm. And a single to end the over. And end the session. Started a little too straight there and tickled away fine. First boundary. Leg sides. Oh, ramps up onto the roof.
One just pushed across.
Short cutaway. Back with a point. Cry a catch, but fine of Zafar Gohar. It's 4 runs. Pulled away. And a boundary. Hooked away. Bisects the field for 4. Deep square and long leg in place. Pulled away. Dropping short there, Cornwell. Given the treatment. Short and wide. Punished. Bit of width. McManus cashes in. Onto 49 now. Oh, cry catch. It's in front of backward point. It'll get away for 4. But stretching a little bit, that one. Hedged. Oh, taken at the second attempt. Deploy holds on. Second grab. Middlesex needed that. And they needed their skipper to hold on. He did. Cry of catch. It's up in the air, but it's in front of the deep square. And 4 more for McManus, who's erring on the side. And now that's close, and it's gone. Oh, well. Now he's gone. Gohar, third ball, has the wicket. Sales looks back at the surface, but that's what Chahal was finding. And Gohar takes just 3 deliveries to find a wicket for Middlesex. Cry catch. It's in the air. Oh, Higgins had a go. Had a good go as well. And now that's got to be close. It's gone. Roland Jones turns him around and takes the wicket. Last of the day. 2 slips. Silly point, short leg. And a punch through the offsides, potentially for 4. Helm giving chase. And a good slide and return. A couple taken. Bartlett's on to 19s. Abe has 8. A quick march back to the pavilion for that pair.
Ken Williamson, thanks for coming out to join us. Congratulations, a century on debut here at Merchant Taylors for Middlesex.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, nice to go out there and contribute and put together partnerships after getting put into bat. So I thought the openers were outstanding. Seeing off the new ball, there were definitely a few challenges there. And once it got older, it was nice as a batting unit to try and put the opposition under a bit of pressure.
I think it's safe to say we knew what we might see from you out there today, but you looked so comfortable yesterday and today. Got off the mark with a crunching off drive for 4 and just carried on in the same vein.
Yeah, I mean, just try and stick to the plans and execute where you can and bat with, obviously spent a lot of time out there with Max, who was superb and batted beautifully throughout. So yeah, it was nice. It was a nice partnership and nice to, like I say, sort of be a part of that and contribute.
As a man that's now got 44 first-class hundreds, the nervous 90s are a thing we talk about. Do you still get those at this stage of your career?
I mean, you always want more. And, I mean, it would have been nice to have sort of kicked on a lot further today. But, Yeah, there are some good balls out there, certainly when the ball's hard, and we saw that when we had the ball in our hands. We played and missed a lot, and they probably didn't quite get the luck either, so we rode that. And yeah, you just want to go out there and try and score as many as you can for the team.
Your first game for Middlesex, obviously 3 Centurions, one of them yourself in the innings. What do you make of the Middlesex boys that you're playing alongside?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great so far to get to know all the players, and obviously first time in the Whites, and some real experience in that dressing room, and some real talented younger players as well. And it was great to see them all go out and have a good hit, and Cracknell has been playing beautifully as well. Obviously Max Holden's been doing it for some time, and in the Lions, and you know, Sam Robson at the top, who's obviously a very experienced player, and yeah, a lot of contributions, and obviously our new captain as well, Leicester.
Kane Williamson speaking to us at the close of play yesterday. It's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones to get the third day underway. And straight on the spot, pretty much where he was last night. 1 for 23 from 9 for Rowland-Jones, and carried all the usual threat. Went pretty close on a couple of occasions. One big LBW just before stumps that didn't go his way, but missed the game at Leicestershire due to a stomach upset. Well, it was a little bit more than that for the poor fella. I saw him in the first morning of the match. He didn't look too well at all. Zaid, meantime, could be a real key here. Bartlett on 19. Injury for Keogh in this match, but we understand that he will be batting. He was seen padded up last night, so expect him to come out next. A couple of slips in place this morning. A gully, points, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. The 6-3 fields. And there's the first one of the morning to interest Rowland-Jones.
Really good start by Toby, right on a good length. And Safe Zaib, you think, is going to be a key wicket today, don't you? He's had such a good season, both with ball and bat, mainly with bat. Right up there with the top run scorers in Division 2. Get him early. You feel that could suck the life out of this Northamptonshire batting lineup.
Gets through with the first runs of the day. There'll be a boundary as well.
Very nice, controlled push down the ground from Zaib. Didn't try to overhit. Wasn't a long half volley really, but just stayed on the shot beautifully. That's why he's scored almost 1,000 runs this year.
Solid first though from Rowland-Jones, that one that beat the edge will keep Middlesex as enthused as they were yesterday evening. 130 for 4.
Yeah, pretty overcast morning here at Merchant Taylor's. Fairly low, thick cloud, but I feel like it's just got slightly brighter in the last few minutes. You can see a little bit of blue sky just trying to poke through. Middlesex won't mind if it stays like this though all day, just to help the seamers out a little bit. Spin will have a big role to play as well, given how much things have turned. There we are, just next to the old pavilion. Lovely old pavilion here. It's very old school. It's going to be Tom Helm from the other end. So deploy going with his 2 experienced men. Helm coming down the hill.
And he's on the spot straight away. He's looked good this year, Helm, and really encouraging for him, encouraging for Middlesex, but personally for Helm, the injuries over the years that have held up a player that it was always believed would at least get a chance at international level. Top 10 wicket takers in the Blast group stage. Very much part of the senior pack now for Middlesex of the bowlers. The mantle has been slowly passing with Mercer. Stephen Finn, of course, went first, then Mercer. Roland Jones is still there. You'd imagine there's another year at least in the now former skipper. And that is the former skipper throwing down the stumps. Maybe a few more than just one more year for Roland Jones.
Tell you what, I don't think this was too far away, really. Brilliant bit of fielding by Roland Jones. Released quickly. I could see he was comfortably home, but he really had to rush there. Just turn on the afterburners. I think, yeah, you see that he's pretty much almost on the second line, but you could see how hard Butler was sprinting there. I think for a split second there, he might have been worried he slightly misjudged it. That would be a real bonus for Middlesex. Run out early on.
He was on mic with us on day one, Tom Helm, and he said running down the hill as he is at the moment from the Benham end, it just leads you to go that little bit fuller in your length. You don't want to, but the ball just seems to always come out that little bit fuller, offering the drive to the batters, and that's the big challenge. Huge challenge for Northamptonshire was the 50 extras they conceded in no balls, 25 no balls in that first innings. At which point we did have to look up the record. 65 no balls, and that was when it was 1 run for a no ball, not 2. 1994.
Who are the culprits?
Somerset, and I don't think it was Somerset that conceded them. I think it was Somerset that benefited. Off the top of my head, it was Hampshire.
Yeah, it can't be easy. If you're playing at a ground, you don't play it that regularly, and you've got one particularly downhill run in.
Oh, that's uppish, but checking the shot.
I suspect you get more no balls at outgrounds than you do at the main stadiums. As you say, they can have slightly unusual outfields and layouts compared to what you're used to at somewhere like Lord's, where it's you've got the slope, of course, to deal with there as well, but the slope goes right to left or left to right, slightly different, but these bowlers will be a bit more used to that. And conditions out here, Northamptonshire bowlers in particular would be not very used to playing at a ground like this. Gone very full, haven't they, so far, both Middlesex bowlers. Just searching for that little bit of nibble.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because Roland Jones, the mark of Roland Jones over the years is that he naturally extracts just that extra bit of bounce that anybody else does. Now, obviously, years against him. He does rely a little bit on the pitch to help him more than he did in the old days, perhaps. But up the hill from the Lake End, he'd hope to find, as he said, on a slightly fuller length, that little bit of extra lift. There's been a little bit of seam movement out there with the Kookaburra, but it is now into its 41st over. Now, just in front of Zafar Gohar, I think it is, tumbling at points. Has he hurt himself? He's down, Gohar. This would be very, very bad news for Zafar Gohar, but of course Middlesex as well. If their frontline spinner, it's his left shoulder as well. Bowling arm for Gohar.
Yeah, he's gonna, you'd think, have to shoulder, pardon the pun, a heavy load of spin bowling today. Let's have a look if we can pick anything out. In the air, he thought he would have been in business briefly, and it's that left hand that he puts down to break his fall, and that's how you can often pop out a shoulder. Physio's out there now. Middlesex will desperately hope that it isn't as serious as that at this occasion. I think he's going to be okay. Might have just jarred it. It's good news that he can sit up anyway, but it might be that he has to go off temporarily just to check it out. He can move it a little bit. That would be a big blow, particularly if you want to bowl for 2 innings in succession. You need your spinner to bowl a lot of overs, and that might actually, I mean, he looks okay now, but if it did impact his bowling, that might even impact, you know, whether you bat again or not.
Yeah, this is a big moment. I'm sure he's going to go off just to take a moment's pause. The seamers have got a bit of work to do this morning. They'll be given the first half an hour maybe. There's a quartet of them. But that's the thing, Middlesex have gone with the quartet of seamers and only one spinner for this match. And resting Luke Holman or rotating him, however you want to put it, it was based on balance for this side. With the green surface here at Merchant Taylor's School, they decided to only go for the one spinner, but the ball is turning big in this game. And Middlesex will hope that this is just a temporary pause for Gohar. Otherwise they really will have a big problem, and it'll be over to Sam Robson to take over the spin duties for Middlesex.
Doesn't look happy, does he? That is a bit of a concern, his body language. I think he's quite a tough guy, and he looks a little bit crestfallen there. And the way he's just holding his left arm as well, doesn't want to move it at all. We'll try and get some information for you on that. So, yeah, big onus now back on the seamers. Try and get an early breakthrough or two.
There's the young 12th man, Jamie Feldman, who made his T20 debut at Glamorgan on Friday night.
Jamie Feldman there, only recently signed a contract last Friday, and he's straight in to a county championship arena, admittedly as a 12thers, but what a moment for him. Probably quite nervous, heart rate going. If Zafar Gohar can't return and bowl, what the other options are. Maybe Sam Robson's thinking of warming up.
Absolutely, no doubt it'll be Robson, as Leas Deploy himself, who I think is a pretty decent left-arm finger spinner. They'll have to go to both of those. Funnily enough, we had Max Holden on yesterday, and Max, when he first broke through, was a pretty useful off-spinner. And the Australians took Middlesex for the best part of 400, 450 maybe. It was an extraordinary, 450, 350, 400. It was an extraordinary list A game at Lord's. Travis Head, I think it was, on that day, that went particularly mad and took the Middlesex attack to all parts, apart from Max Holden. He was the only bowler who couldn't get away. 1 for 27 Max had from his 10 that day. There's that bounce. That ends the over. elongated by the injury to Zafar Gohar, and we really do hope for Zafar, of course, much like Rob Keogh, that the injuries aren't too bad. But Middlesex only went in with the one.
There's Robbo. He's probably already thinking about, oh, I might get a few overs today. He's actually top of the bowling averages, would you believe it, this year for Middlesex in the county championship. He's got 3 at 21.
All overthrows. Holden getting the throw in. I think he was asking the question of where's the backup and the backup. Poor old Feldman's down there, as you say, into a championship arena for the first time, Feldman. So it's just a different pace, isn't it? A different feel out there. All change in the field at the moment. Holman and Holman. No, I was all right. Holden and Feldman switching sides there for a moment. That's Feldman just settling in at mid-wicket. Holden's gone across to backward point, which was always usually his position, but he's been out of there this season. Lifted just fine of Max Holden. Forward it'll be. Cry a catch from Hellman from Cracknell, I think it was.
He's just pushing out of the ball a bit, George Bartlett. Actually, that one got a decent portion of the middle of the bat, didn't it? Flew away. But you can see there his hands just fence at that. That ball moves away. He's going to be in trouble. Don't think Roland Jones will be too concerned about that. He'll be encouraged, or sorry, Helm rather.
That's how Robson fell in the first innings. A little tickle down the leg side. Lift again and gone. Higgins holds on at gully. Middlesex have their first wicket of the third morning. Helm striking his first of the innings. And it's that bounce again at Merchant Taylor School.
Oh, we mentioned it earlier. He was dicing with death, wasn't he? Bartlett just pushing out with his hands. And Tom Helm, such a tall guy. He gets that extra bounce. That is a good wicket for him. It really is. I don't think any other bowler here today really is going to get that kind of bounce that Tom Helm is going to get from that sort of a length. Otherwise, that might even end up being 4 runs. It's the extra bounce that really surprised Bartlett, and that's a big wicket. George Bartlett's done well against Middlesex before when he's been at Somerset. He's gone for 26 off 67. And Rob Keogh is going to come out despite injuring his finger yesterday, trying to take a return catch off Kane Williamson. And that's important for Northamptonshire, because if you look at what's to come after Keogh, there's not a whole load really. It's very much the bowlers. You've got Leach, Sanderson, Guthrie, Yuzvendra Chahal. So they need something from Keogh here if he can hang around and support Zeb. Make a big difference for them, but they are staring down the barrel here, aren't they? So far behind. I presume it's not broken, that's why it's coming out, but we'll try and find out here. Let's have a look at it again. Look at that extra bounce. You can see he's right up on his toes because of that extra bounce. Thick outside edge. It's a good catch by Higgins as well, because it was an awkward height, wasn't it? You can see he couldn't quite decide whether to go fingers to the ground or fingers pointing up. Doesn't matter. He takes it.
Yeah, that bounce now for Keogh. Bearing in mind it's his right hand, so his bottom hand. And the first one's on that spot from Helm. It's well played by Keogh. He gets a single to get off the mark, but every now and again you're able to predict exactly what will happen in cricket. That was one of those occasions.
And Tom Helm immediately trying to test out that finger of Keogh, bangs it in short just to see if he was reticent, but it was really well played actually, wasn't it? Just calmly defended into the gap for one. Just a bit of bubble now around the Middlesex fielders. Nothing like an early wicket to get you going on a day.
Six off the over with that boundary, which was just fine at the backward point, but Bartlett didn't get it so fine the second time. Gone in the 42nd over of the innings. So there's the right hand, there's the left hand on the bat, right hand off at the moment for Keogh. Plenty of painkillers, you'd imagine. Lots of ice, and grip seems okay on it. First thought, obviously, is whether he's broken it or not, but back out in the middle. But it is the bowling finger, though, which will restrict, or did restrict him for the remainder of the Middlesex innings and any further innings there may be. Back to Roland Jones. Yeah, we were just touching on the uphill downhill, weren't we, when sadly that injury was picked up by Zafar Gohar. Roland Jones going up the hill from the Benham end, so you'd expect a little bit of lift against the inclination. As we say, he's not the bowler of old. The speed, he's never a pace merchant, but obviously down a little on pace with the years against him. Into the ribs of Keogh. Middlesex making it clear how they'll go about this. They've got Noah Cornwell as well, young left armour. He'll probably be asked to try and put it into the armpit of Keogh at some point. But yeah, from the Benham end, that lift that Helm got, he's running down the hill, so as a batter, you're expecting that the ball may skid on, or you're wary that the ball may skid on, and LBW comes into play. But over the years, the seamers here, back when this man was in his prime, he'd be regularly lifting it off a length, even down the hill. And there's one that doesn't particularly get up to Zay. We just started to see towards the end of the Middlesex innings some hints of that yesterday, with one or two just keeping a fraction low. It's renowned for having extra bounce here, and someone like Helm, as you say, he's of the pace and height. Middlesex will hope that young Cornwell will be able to harness that as well, but not the experience of Helm, of course. Roland Jones, just a metronome nowadays, and he's been well, a strike bowler for many years for Middlesex, but he's playing that role now, just top of off stump. Just keep it there, keep going hard on the top of off.
Tell you what, it's just got a little bit colder in the last couple of minutes. A little bit of wind picking up. There's a bit of grey sky over behind at the lake end. I wonder if they might get a sprinkling of rain. I don't think any is forecast at the moment, but that wind picking up is a slight concern. Again, that's just hit quite high on the bat, hasn't he? Even Roland Jones, he's a tall guy too. Maybe about sort of 6'3", 6'4", I would imagine, Toby Roland Jones. So he also gets bounce. That, for both of these guys, is a massive weapon for them, isn't it? Very hard to drive them if it's not very, very full. Middlesex sense get a couple of early ones here, get right on top of Northamptonshire under these cloudy skies.
Again, right on the spot. Yeah, and again, a reminder, it's a Kookaburra round, so were the skies looking like this now and a duke in hand, we'd be getting very excited. You're potentially thinking Ryan Higgins as well, who'll swing the ball the most. Cornwell will get a bit of swing. Left armour. But the Kookaburra, I expect to be a great deal of movement through the air, even with the heavy overheads we've got at the moment. Does dim the light slightly though, so sharp focus needed from this pair right now. Northamptonshire 140 for 5. Just coming up for 22 minutes of play. That clock slightly ahead on the old school building there, Merchant Taylors School. Established in the 1500s, but somewhere in central London before moving out here to Merchant Taylors School, to Northwood. Yeah, so Kookaburra around, one more to come next week, which is Cheltenham College, and with Zafar Gohar going off injured, then Middlesex will be very, very concerned, not just for this match, but next week as well, because, well, we're at another dry week. Of course, we've had a lot of moisture this week, but a dry Cheltenham College, you'd really be looking for Zafar to play, Zafar Gohar to have a big, big impact there. Lift again. They're not going to let Keogh go here.
It's not what you need, is it, when you come in with a dodgy finger or even a broken finger? Is a big 6 foot plus and some fast bowler banging it in short to you. To be fair, he's played his first 2 balls and that delivery really, really well. Just ridden the bounce, and he's not shy to the challenge. But they're going to test out how keen he is with that finger, these 2 Middlesex bowlers. What do you think about the Kookaburra experiment this year, Kevin? Do you think it's been a success? I mean, obviously it was brought in to try and get county cricketers used to playing with it, with a view to going to Australia if you're lucky enough to play in the Ashes. Do you think it's been a success overall?
Well, that last round at Wantage Road, Middlesex declared on the final day, and Northamptonshire went on to win it, a game which, had it been a 5-day game, you fancy Middlesex would have gone on and won it. But with time running out, they pulled out just before lunch on the 4th day, and Northamptonshire chased it down with ease. What a lovely ball from Helm, and the wicket to save. They say with ease. There was a little wobble at the end, but at the end of that round there were a lot of comments. There's a little bit of movement as well as the bounce from Helm, the surface there. There was a coach, I'm just trying to remember who it was, one of them said it needs to stop now. I can't remember who it was or which game it was, just remember reading, but that's the majority view, although funnily enough, well, Sam Robson here said, you know, he didn't mind a bit of an experiment, and even Tom Helm, the ball in hand now, said trying something different, shouldn't worry too much about it. Get away, just got the fingertips of Helm. Roland Jones, oh, the pair of them, the 2 bowlers, one with the fingertips, one with the slide and throw.
Saved the run between them, half a run each. We'll give him. So he enjoyed it. He was actually smiling as he threw the ball back in, I think, already at the effort he's put in. He enjoyed that run down to the boundary.
I guess the only mid-on in the world that gets away with Roland Jones running from mid-off to go and get that on the on-side is Kane Williamson. Would you have been smiling if that was a youngster at mid-on? Where were you? But yeah, going back to your question about the Kookaburra, I mean, when it first was mooted and then brought in, part of the idea was they wanted to get rid of the dibbly-dobblies. And at Wantage Road, it did the direct opposite. Middlesex immediately withdrew Helm and Roland Jones from the attack after two or three overs. Just straight away turned it to the medium pacers and the spinners, thinking that, well, there's no point breaking the back of the quicks. Now, one of the key elements of Kookaburra overseas is the reverse swing, isn't it? That's just not what you're seeing in England, and they're putting that down to the moisture in the outfield, but also the moisture underneath the surface. Ball's not getting scuffed enough to get that reverse swing in its 60th, 70th overs.
Good single. And I think you've hit the nail on the head there, actually, Handy. I think, in theory, it's a good idea, but the conditions are so different here from Australia. it's so hard to get the ball scuffed up to get that reverse swing unless you've had a really dry summer, really parched summer, and you've got a really dry square as well. But most grounds don't. So it kind of defeats the object a little bit, and you get the bad elements of the Kookaburra rather than the good elements, and you need that reverse swing to make it a fairer contest.
Oh, now that would have been close. Inside edge. Would he have been just outside the line of off anyway to get a fair way across, but there'd have been an almighty appeal.
I think if he's missed that, he may well be on his way. Keos has just decked in a little bit. Oh yeah, that is in line, isn't it? You can see the off stump, just gets the bat down in time.
They had the Kookaburra round at the beginning of last season at Lord's. It was against Glamorgan, and Sam Northeast went past Gooch's 333. Middlesex then hit their highest score at Lord's, 650 in reply. But that was 4 full days at Lord's with the Kookaburra, and it was the dullest draw you could imagine. But it would have been, and you know, there was some criticism then of the pitch as well, which was unfair, because had they have had a Duke in hand first round of the season on that pitch, it would have been a great cricket wicket. But as it was, a slightly soft surface because it was the first week of April, combined with the Kookaburra and pretty much cloudless skies for 4 days, meant that it was one of the well, a lot of people said one of the worst games you could have watched. It wasn't far off, to be fair. Very difficult for the seamers. Ryan Higgins got a double century in reply. But you can almost understand first 2 rounds of the year going with the Kookaburra maybe to kind of balance out those 2.5-day finishes that you get with a Duke in the first couple of weeks of the season quite often. There's the seam movement.
Classic Toby Rowland Jones in nipper. That's not a million miles away. Bounce as well. Feel like Toby's hit a good rhythm this morning. He's really just hammering out a length, isn't he?
Top ball ends the over, 147 for 5. Well, this is a pretty good example, actually, a Kookaburra game, because over the years, Merchant Taylor School's renowned as a seamer's surface, and we're seeing that seam movement here, which you wouldn't necessarily see with a Kookaburra at this stage on most grounds around the UK. 45 overs old, the seam is never particularly prevalent on a Kookaburra, but now in particular it's very soft, but even still there's that movement off the surface for Roland Jones. The key as well is the lack of swing at this stage. There's no chance really of getting any orthodox swing, and it's unlikely, certainly with the moisture we've had around this week, there'll be any reverse in 15 or 20 overs time. But where you've got a pitch, you know, they've left an awful lot of grass on this one. You can see it in the shot there, how green it is still on the third morning. It's a result wicket, this one. And with a Kookaburra, it's perhaps just balanced it out a little bit.
I wonder if they would have left as much grass on it if it was a Duke's ball. Maybe it's the Kookaburra ball that means you feel you've got to balance it out a little bit.
Could be a wides. No, he gets away. Oh no, there's signals. I guess for the stage of the season Middlesex are at now, this has to be a result, this game. Having lost the game at Wantage Road when they'd have felt they were in the box seat all the way through. Declaration, I reckon they were only about 50 runs out. I think they declared just before lunch, which gave them 3 or 4 overs before the interval. Northamptonshire crashed through those overs and then never looked back. think Middlesex probably would have been best advised, just use those overs, go on to lunch and add another 50 runs, because the ball was being thumped everywhere. Just would have made it a little bit more interesting. I say it tightened up a little bit towards the end, but mostly it was a canter for Northamptonshire.
Slow ball, or was it just not really bounced? Yeah, just full pace on, wasn't it? That really hasn't bounced at all. That put a bit of doubt in the batters' minds. That's bounced well in front of Cracknell.
Yeah, Holden got one when he fell on the back foot, kept low on him. And again, that's that slope we're talking about here, which is that lift that he got to Bartlett. Closest example at HQ, I guess, would be Hove, C end and the Cromwell Road end. You're running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, aren't you? You're running up the hill from the C ends, and it's straight up and down. So a similar thing that, you know, big bowler like Stephen Finn, I remember, and obviously he finished down at Hove, didn't he, Finney? But running down that hill, hitting the deck hard, batters don't want to get forward, but if one just shoots a little off that surface.
One of the quickest spells I've seen in county cricket. I saw at that end at Hove. I'll talk you through it in a minute. One Jofra Archer in his early days running down the hill at Hove against Chris Gale in a T20 Blast match. It was at box office. I think Gale had taken him for a 6 and a 4 or something like that, and then backing away with the pace of Archer, just bowled him right through him. Thrilling to watch, but yeah, something about it, isn't there? When you're running down the hill, you can see visibly that there is a gradient. It just looks that much more intimidating if you're a fast bowler.
Oh, and there's the one that just goes a little bit fuller. Well, that was what he was talking about. The challenge is just not to let yourself go too full then, because you're almost falling forward down the hill. The ball goes out, Helm was saying, and you can serve up a few half volleys. But it's well set up here today. Yeah, it's well set up here today for Middlesex to pile the pressure on, but we still have to wait and see what sign of Zafar Gohar there will be. End of the 46th, just the wide for the bouncer for Helm on 48 for 5.
Right, is that Zafar Gohar on the left, possibly? Just with his shoes off, getting a little bit of treatment from the physio. As soon as we get any news, we will let you know. But it's obviously pretty serious, otherwise he wouldn't have gone off the field of play. Middlesex will be desperate for him to come back and be involved. Otherwise, it really is going to be some hard work for the bowlers, and decided to make a change early on because they're going to have to rotate them quite a bit with Gohar off the field. So Ryan Higgins is back on, bowled really well yesterday. A couple of key wickets. Got McManus and Vasconcelos, the two openers. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17 for Ryan Higgins.
That's going to be close. Sharp single is taken, and the umpire does not signal leg byes, so he thinks there was a little inside nick on it.
Did hear 2 sounds. I think it's the only thing that would have saved him, really. Yeah, big inside edge. You can see the deflection there. Otherwise, that was stone dead for Rob Keogh. So second time in his short innings that an inside edge has saved him. Just something that Middlesex, I'm sure, will be thinking about, targeting. Might be a bit vulnerable to the nip backer. That's how he got McManus yesterday, wasn't it? Higgins, great ball that decked in. Pushing forward, LBW.
Higgins himself, well, there's no hiding from it. Got a thick inside edge on his LBW. So penny for his thoughts.
tell you what he's thinking. I probably can't repeat it, to be honest. It was also a very close LBW appeal yesterday that Middlesex felt should have been given. Really impressed by this start today by the Middlesex seamers. They've just hammered out a length, just nibbled the odd one. Tom Helm has gone shorter on occasion as well, just to test out Keogh's injured finger. I think they've got their tactics spot on, got the early wicket. George Bartlett with that extra bounce from Helm. What do they bowl now? 46.3 overs. Could be a long haul for them if they make Northants follow on.
That could be close or wide as well, signalled, yeah. Do you think they fancy a 3-day finish as well?
Oh, I don't know, they have to bowl really well from here to get 15 wickets out there. You know, Middlesex got well over 600, and if you apply yourself, you can get in and get runs here as a batter, short boundaries as well. I think they'd take it, Middlesex, if they bowled them out today and had them 4 or 5 down. They'd be more than happy with that.
I think what you said about the overheads at the moment as well, if anybody's going to get that ball to move right now, it's this man, Higgins. So I think quite sharp captaincy from Deploy as well to say, look, if there is anything from the overheads, it's going to be now, and it's going to be for Higgins.
It's interesting you got the bouncer in there early. You don't see too many bouncers from Ryan Higgins, but plan obviously maybe just to try and push Zay back a little bit. Got a big cheer from his teammates there. I don't think they were expecting the bouncer.
Single there. Deep square set back and long leg as well. Yeah, Higgins is renowned for going, this is almost expensive for him, 2 for 20 in his 7th. He's renowned at going at almost Murter-esque, miserly economy rates. Spot again, it's turned off middle and leg for a couple.
I think Middlesex bowlers right now looking at Rob Keogh's pads and thinking they look nice and big. Going to really try and target those. Does have a tendency maybe just to shuffle across. He worked that one to leg. Yeah, still a way ahead, but Middlesex do have a decision to make here if Zafar Gohar doesn't come back onto the field. If it takes Middlesex, let's say, over 80 overs to bowl Northants out, then I don't think it's a given that they will enforce the follow-on. Tendency nowadays is often to give your bowlers a bit of a rest if you can.
Yeah, the shades of that match down at Hove when Middlesex hit 6-7-6, their highest first-class score. We mentioned it yesterday. Robson and Stoneman setting the record for the first Middlesex wicket, the opening stand. And everybody thought after 2 days, well, it's just going to be a draw. It's a flat deck. But the key is the follow-on target and the pressure that brings. They weren't that far short of the follow-on target, if memory says. Fairway, but they weren't skittled for 180 in reply, Sussex. Big name that hangs over this game, linked to that one, is Luke Holman, a 10-fer for the wrist spinner in that, and how they miss him now. Saw Luke on the first morning of this match, and especially, well, even before the Chahal delivery turned leg spinner's first ball of the match, but certainly afterwards I made sure not to see Luke on the first day. Stay out of his way. Seen him today. If he's tuned in, best regards, Luke. You know, it's one of those things in cricket, the selectors as well, they'd have immediately seen that first ball from Chahal and thought, oh, maybe we should have had Luke in for this one. But the green surface and the seamer's reputation here of Merchant Taylor's meant Middlesex went with one spinner. Oh, now, will they bring in a short leg? really uncomfortably played by Keogh on that occasion.
Yeah, just watch his bottom hand here, Keogh. He rings it afterwards. Oh, that's right up on the stickers. That would have jarred, even if it didn't hit you on the finger. That jars right up the bat. Not nice at all. Takes his hand off the bat and rings it. That was a well-targeted short ball by Tom Helm. Now, will he be a bit reticent here now, Rob Keogh, this next ball? Is he going to go full? Is he going to go short again with that short leg in? Well played.
Short leg was in the ball before, wasn't he? My apologies. Couldn't see him in shot there and didn't notice him in the middle, but just retreated slightly with the helmet on, Ben Geddes. I'll get a couple there. But yeah, the short ball tactic is something that's really come into the game now, isn't it? And you can see Keogh will be battered with it by Middlesex in this match now, if he is there for any long period of time. And again
he rings his bottom hand. This is uncomfortable for Rob Keogh. He's done well just to get out there, to be fair, after what looked like a nasty finger injury. Saw how bad they can be with Rishabh Pant, didn't we? Kept him out of the game for long periods of time at Lord's in the Test match.
Now, lift and movement on that one.
Moved away quite considerably. Look at this. So much so that Keogh was talking about playing it, didn't he? He just sort of followed it with the bat. Wasn't a million miles away. Things happening for Middlesex this morning. I think there'll be quite a bit of doubt in the bowlers' minds too about the bounce. We've seen a couple just keep a bit low, a couple taking off, mainly from Tom Helm's bowling. With that extra bounce and height, makes a big difference.
He's not comfortable, is he? Keogh. That's the man trying to blast the pads off. Cornwell's warming up at backward point. Long's Helm gone for now. 45 minutes. Wondered whether they'd give Roland Jones a go just very quickly at the Benham end.
Yeah, he's only bowled 5 overs, Noah Cornwell, so I do think it's time maybe to give him a little run out here. Keep them fairly short and sharp so you can rotate the 4 seamers, and then eventually you might have to chuck the ball to Sam Robson or Lewis Deploy himself and just get you through till the lunch break, reassess, see what Zafar Gohar's situation is.
He's fully warming up at backward point now. Cornwell. Bowled really well in that second innings at Grace Road, Cornwell. Some good moments in the blast as well. It was Sharma that picked up the headlines at Grace Roads with a 4 for that blasted the game wide open in the first dig, but Cornwell followed it up nicely. Of course, while we're on him, he doesn't warm up, but I can promise he's doing it now.
You don't often see your big, tall, fast bowler at backward point either, do you? Right in the firing line there.
Yeah, there he is in the backgrounds.
You know what I noticed as well, when we had that close-up of him, he's the only Middlesex player wearing a a jumper. He's got a short-sleeved jumper on. It's not the warmest day. The rest of them have all got shirts or the odd sort of extra fleece on.
That's a lovely ball. That's the tactic, isn't it, around the wicket?
This is an absolute peach. Look at this. Angling in, seams away, play that. In the end, he's gone past the outside edge by 2 or 3 inches, hasn't he? I think many batters would have nicked that one. Metronomic, reliable as ever. Maiden from Higgins. Just got to keep going here, Middlesex. Haven't done too much wrong today. They've just really attacked, just trying to hammer away at a length, and we're going to see the young man Cornwell. Bit of variety, tall left arm seamer, can swing the ball. Might not be too much swing out there for him today, but he can also bang it in too. Get a bit of bounce. Got a few in today. That beer looks nice, doesn't it? Look at that. That looks like a nice dark ale. Couple of them in a row. It's not too early to have a drink, is it? That looks like more of a lager. More of a pale ale man myself, but I'll probably wait till lunch. Not today, of course. In general, if I'm here as a spectator, today I'll be very professional. Just have coffee.
Now Cornwell it is then. He's going to be running down the hill, left arm over. Left arm around indeed to Keogh.
Yeah, I wonder why he's starting around the wicket straight away to Keogh. Maybe it's to do with the finger and wants to cramp him up and get them all coming into his body. Might see the odd short one. Just keep that short leg interested.
I always felt difficulty for a right-hander facing left armour is that, you know, having to look over your left shoulder. Whiff on that one. Tempted Keogh, but yeah, certainly to begin with as well. Just left arm over the wicket to the right-hander feels like you've got a much better view of the ball, haven't you? When the ball's left arm around as a right-hander, you're not looking over your left shoulder. You're not having to open up your body as you do. Open up the torso, you can be more side on. For a couple here, and they come, the slide from Holden. But we wait for the bumper because you'd imagine that must be the reason, mustn't it? Left arm around and it's really angling in at him.
Yeah, it just means taking out LBW out of the equation, which, you know, I would be inclined not to do. Otherwise, Keogh probably knows what's coming, doesn't he? If he's coming around the wicket, he's thinking, well, it's unlikely he's going to pin me LBW, so I'm going to expect some short stuff. Whereas if he stays over the wicket, and he's got to think about both, really.
There it is. As the short leg get is coming into shot.
This one really lifted. Tom Helm style bounce. To be fair to Keogh, he's played the short stuff pretty well. Funny, isn't it, in cricket? Bowlers know you've got an injury. They'll just try and target it straight away. No quarter given.
I think he's got to go back over the wicket to Keogh here. 158 for 5. It looked as though he lined him up pretty well in that over.
Wonder if Rishabh Pant bats again in that test match at Old Trafford, whether the England bowlers will just try and hit him on the foot, try and bowl Yorkers. Be quite nasty bowlers when they know you've got a weakness.
Well, poor Lewis Deploy in the match at Derbyshire, which is former county, he got hit on the foot really badly. It was heavily bruised. Whether there was a small fracture in there or not in the end, I don't know, but of course second innings, that's exactly what they did to him. Yorker, 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 and they hit him.
It's nasty that, but it's one way of getting them out. That's the name of the game, isn't it? You've got to make the batter feel uncomfortable as much as possible. 50 overs bowled, 158 for 5. Another bouncer from Higgins. This time Zaeb takes it on. That's the second bouncer he's bowled to him. There is a deep backward square leg out there and a fine leg. 2 men out catching if he gets a top edge. It's interesting how Higgins has mixed up his lengths so far in this spell. Just run in and been content to hit a good length. He's slipped in a couple of those bouncers.
There's that lift again. Higgins up the hill, bit of bounce.
This one reared up nastily, didn't it? That's hit almost the handle of the bat. Bit of glove. Played well by Zaeb. Actually took bottom hand off. Played it softly. That could have easily taken the shoulder of the bat and just popped up to gully. So now we're just starting to see a bit more variable bounce for these Middlesex seamers. Really searching spell this from Ryan Higgins. Just wonder if he could be the key today. The way that he bowls and just hammers out that length with a bit of variable bounce. Becomes a lot more dangerous. He's just so accurate, doesn't give you anything.
No ball called. There's a bit of swing on that from Higgins. A little bit of shape through the air.
He was looking good around the wicket. Decided to switch it up to over. Went for the Yorker, really. Almost nailed his Yorker. That ball call came early.
No ball again. Well, after all the trouble that Northamptonshire had, and they had a lot. Higgins having a look at it there.
Yeah, you can see with the bouncers, he really puts extra effort in, doesn't he? Because he's not naturally quick, Ryan Higgins. So you can see when he bowls the bouncer that he really strains. I mean, just overstrode there a little bit. It's not as effortless as it would be for a quicker bowler. Don't mind it, to be honest. I think it's good to mix it up as a bowler, just to think, as long as you're not mixing it up too much. His bread and butter is going to be always just that good length, just trying to nibble the seam in and out. do slip in the odd Yorker, the odd bounce, so it just gets the batter thinking, and it's that hesitation of footwork that can really help Ryan Higgins out when he gets that nibble.
Bumper again to end the over. 1-6-3 for 5. So 51 done. Another little look at the crease. Umpire remarking it himself to have a look. So the ground staff run out a bit of paint. The umpire's requests. There's a little look at the finger of Keogh, taped up, and there you can see it's his bowling finger. Oh, Director of Cricket and Chief Executive got some food on the go in the background there. Do you think they'll bring us a bit around? Gone early in the burger van by the looks of it.
I'm getting hungry. I haven't had any breakfast actually. I got stuck behind. I live on a one-way street, narrow road, and I got stuck behind the garbage truck. I forgot that it's on a Thursday, which delayed me about 25 minutes. Man, I couldn't go to the supermarket, pick up a sandwich on the way in, which I'm livid about at the moment.
Smell put you off anyway.
Yeah, thankfully I was a few cars back, so I didn't get the full whiff.
Yeah, we had a good look there, though, taping, didn't we, on Keogh's finger. As soon as that ball hit him from Williamson on the drive. As such, it was a chance. There's Williamson in the foreground. First century for Middlesex. A few 50s in the blast, where he made his debut. In for his first championship game. That's a backward point, no run. Of course, Middlesex will wait for news. Safagoha, who went off backward point, fielding ball off the bowling of Roland Jones earlier today. So we'll wait for news on that, but went off holding his left shoulder.
I think if you're Middlesex out there right now, if you're a fast bowler, you just presume he might not come back out, and I'm going to have to bowl a few more overs here and just wait and see what happens. Just get yourself in that mindset. You never know. You might be able to come out later, which would be a bonus, but at the moment you're just saying to yourself, right, just have to get a head down here and do a job, because there is a lot of help out there for the seamers at the moment. Still a bit of variable bounce popping in too. Like there, look at that, that's decked in a long way from Cornwell. As you mentioned, Kevin, there is a bit of grass on the pitch, so get your seam right. That's gone a long way. Taken well down the leg side by Joe Cracknell. I'll be pleased with their start so far. Not been too many freebies out there. Waited for the mistake, let the ball do the work for you. Having said that, was a bit of a freebie. That was a wide half volley. Luckily there's protection from Tom Helm, well positioned, sort of, I guess he's on the gully line on the boundary. That went straight to him. Over the wicket to the right-handed Keogh, which I personally think is a better shout.
There you go. I think it's much the better shout, isn't it? There was obviously a discussion, something was thought up this morning, but just naturally it looks easier, doesn't it? And more difficult for the batter indeed. 164 for 5. Lunch today's at 106. Tea is at 3:56. Got 103 overs in the day. Making up for the hour we lost on the first day due to bad light and rain. Stephen Eskenazi, subfielder for Middlesex in this one, walking around with the interim head coach, Tane Villas. In the foreground there is Tim Mercer, bowling coach. Other name that we didn't mention, of course, in this one, dropping out from the Leicestershire game, losing his place to Kane Williamson. Josh DeCaries, who came back and hit some good runs in the Northamptonshire game, and again, DeCaries would have been an option with his off spin. Upish, but through. Holds him with the admirable chase, but always going to beat him.
Again, the extra bounce from Higgins' end, but rode that well. Safe Zabe. Played it with relatively soft hands and into the gap, crucially. He's lined the ball up pretty well, actually, Zabe. He looks like a man in form at the moment. Coming into this match, averaging 66, 927 runs, so could actually be, depending on what's going on elsewhere, could be the first player in the division to get 1,000 runs, which is always an exciting race and a significant milestone for a batter in the county season. Of course, the odd person's got 1,000 runs in May, haven't they? I think Mark Ramprakash did it, didn't he? Graham Hick, did Nick Compton do it, perhaps?
That's through as well. Lovely shot. Right out of the meat, that one.
It was a glorious shot. Shot of the day. Just really got up on his tiptoes and back foot punch. Nice straight bat. Really good shot, that.
Yeah, Compton, there was that famous picture of him on the balcony at New Road, I think it was, batting for Somerset at the time. That year he was, I think he'd have been the first for a while. Would it have been Hick was the last before Ramprakash, then Hick, and I think Compton then was in line. Hadn't been on for a while, I don't think. And he only needed about 20 or 30 that day, and he'd have had 1,000 before the end of May, and it rained all day at New Road, which denied him that year. I don't know if he did do it again a year or so after, but he did fall just about 20 or 30 short that year. Just remember the picture of him. It was back in the days when county cricket was all the way there on the sports supplement in the paper. I think it was the Telegraph that day of the picture of him on the front page of the sports supplement.
Well, it's very apt that we're talking about Nick Compton, because the current leading run scorer in Division 2 is Ben Compton of Kent. 977 for him. Saif Zaib is the second leading run scorer. I think he's just gone past 940 now, so it is conceivable he could get there before Compton. Needs a big innings in this one. We'll get another bite of the cherry as well in the second dig. Yeah, it's a real breakthrough season for him. He has been around for a while. He was a bit of a child prodigy, Saif Zaib. I remember going and watching him. I think it was his debut, actually. Would have been a teenager in a T20 Blast. He's 27 now. Played 69 first-class matches, 35 list days, 88 T20s.
Kane Williamson giving chase. Deep squares Feldman as well, getting around, but Williamson's there, holds them to a couple. Nice bounce again. bit of movement as well, I reckon. No, mostly the bounce. Not a bad option to have in your attack. Young man with a great deal of promise. For Middlesex, Sharma missing this one with a side strain. I wonder after his fourth at Grace Roads, would he have nudged Cornwall out? Oh, some good pace. Sharma, as Cornwall was noting yesterday on the mic, or day one, whichever day he was on with us, the pace of Sharma was impressive to see. Great promise for Middlesex. Cornwall, Sharma, Feldman out there on the field today as well in that rookie contract. Was quickly pushed into that T20 side on Friday night with the injury to Sharma. Roland Jones having to give chase. Go on, Toby. Oh, poor old skipper. Quite literally old skipper. Former skipper Roland Jones. Sees the funny side of it. Warms him up for his next spell.
And what I like about Cornwall is that it gives you that variety, doesn't he? That left-handedness, that left arm option, which just gives him the edge, doesn't it? Perhaps on Sharma, if Sharma's bowled really well in the last game against Leicestershire. You know, the attack was a little bit samey. Cornwall just gives you that variety. Bit of wobble for Joe Cracknell to deal with. Dealt with it well. Feels like one of the big things of this season, the big talking points, has been the young seamers who've come to the fore. As you mentioned, the two foremost would be Cornwall and Navya Sharma. Blake Cullen, unfortunately, he's still young, but he's been out with injury, so he's in there as well. Seems like there's a good battery coming through.
Holden's charging in from long leg.
Seb Morgan, I was here with you, Handy, when he made his T20 debut here at Merchant Taylors when they beat Gloucestershire. Bowled really well. England under-19 player, so he's another one as well. And they've been able to blood them this year, which will be really handy next year with the likes of Roland Jones and Helm at the back end of their careers. You need the next generation to come through. It's not easy out there for the batters. It really is moving around, isn't it? And with that variable bounce thrown in there too, this is going to be really hard work for Northamptonshire if they're to save this game. And it feels like there's going to be one of your name on it at some point.
He's called for a couple of no balls already, Higgins, but just lost his foot in there.
I reckon he knew he was going to bowl another no ball, so he just pulled out at the end. Two in the previous over.
Top holds. Outside edge, fully challenged at the moment.
Swung away slightly from the left-hander. Haven't seen loads of swing through the air just yet, but that one went a little bit. Does feel like it should be decent swinging conditions with this dark cloud over us. It is forecast to be cloudy for most of the day. Tomorrow a bit better, a bit warmer.
Face of the bat, but watchful still from Zabe. Best part of 300 runs still required to avoid the follow-on for Northamptonshire, which again was that we were touching on earlier, that Sussex match. 6-7-6 for Middlesex, and everybody thought ball draw. It was just so far for, so long for Sussex to bat, and they got themselves into a reasonable position in their first innings. Once one or two went, all of a sudden the pressure told and they were done. Middlesex enforced the follow-on. 5 for in the first innings for Holman, 5 in the second. Just a single, but taking it from a very straight line, which is what got the ooh and the ah. End of the over, 181 for 5.
Feels like this is quite old school 4-day cricket from Middlesex. You rack up a big score and then you rely on scoreboard pressure, which is significant. It can do funny things. It's funny how how England rather have eschewed that policy they like to chase, which is against the grain of what you normally expect in cricket. If you can bat first and get a big score, it does make a difference. It just feels a long way, doesn't it? When you get a huge score like Middlesex did, then automatically you lose an early wicket or two and you think, right, well, this is a long way just to make them bat again. We're going to see some spin, and it's not Zafar Gohar because he's off the field with that shoulder injury. It's going to be Sam Robson. We did think before, didn't we, that he could be an option with his leggies. And he does have a bit of a golden arm at times. I remember watching a game, I think it was against Surrey. You probably would have been there as well, Kevin, and he got 3 or 4 wickets for absolutely nothing in that game. Got a sort of slightly unusual run-up approach. He sort of scuttles in. He can get you wickets. He's got 3 this season. Top of the averages at this this stage of the season. Isn't bowled too many overs.
Be some story, wouldn't it? If Robson was able to come to the fore here. He runs in like a gentle medium pacer, doesn't he?
3 wickets in 12.2 overs so far.
Lands the first one nicely, not quite the impact of Chahal and Gohar's first balls of the match, which turned sideways and had everybody sit up. It's a bit of turn for him, a bit of bounce. I seem to remember he has a reasonable googly as well, Robson.
That will encourage him. That did turn, wrong line, but definitely did turn. Chahal, of course, didn't take a wicket in that first innings, so if Robson gets one, I'm sure he'll be telling everyone he's a better leggy than Yuzvendra Chahal.
I think it took Zafar Gohar 3 balls to get a wicket in this innings. started a little bit too straight. Not out, Sam.
Come on, Sam, you played enough cricket. It was a big appeal, wasn't it? That was a genuine appeal. Stare down the umpire. Yeah, that's it's probably not going to hit a fifth stump, I reckon.
There you go, it's a better line. Oh, yes, no. Let's get back. Geddes doing the fielding. Sun breaks through. Drags on down and single pulled out to Feldman at deep square. Of course, it can be the absolutely filthy ball that takes the wicket as well. 182 for 5.
And that's why it's handy to have a part-time leggy rather than a part-time offie, because it's often the part-time leggy that can pick you up the wicket from nowhere. They tend to have less control as well. They'll drag down, which you can just pick out a fielder with. Just gives you a bit of variety. Can't say I've seen loads of Lewis Deploy's left arm spin, but he's another option. Also, someone like Robson comes on, you think as a batter, right, this is my chance to get some runs, and you almost over relax sometimes, particularly if his control is good. You try and manufacture something. It's not the worst option for Middlesex.
It'd be interesting. There's two ways of thinking about it as well, isn't there, as the batter? Because you could almost think, well, you hit Robson out of the attack now. With Zafar Gohar off the field at present, Middlesex could have a problem.
Absolutely. That's what the Northamptonshire batters should be thinking, really.
But then if he's not posing much threat to you either, and the slightly up and down nature of Merchant Taylor's is more of an issue with the seamers, do you think just respectfully keep pushing it back to Sam? Time is what Northamptonshire need to take out of this game, really, isn't it? That follow on target is a long, long way away. I do wonder, Lewis deploys. You're going to have to Deploy surely going to have to turn his arm over as well. Haven't seen him do so, I don't think, since that game against Glamorgan at Lord's last year, the Kookaburra round, when he got that ball to really rag against North East. Up the hill as well it was. This one's up the hill for 4 on the hook from Zabe. He's into the 40s.
What a nice controlled pull shot this was. Just rolled his wrists on it and guided it into the gap right out the middle of the bat. That raced away. He's looking pretty good, save Zabe. Gonna have to prize him out with a good one, I think.
A single here. Well, they thought they had him last night, Zabe. Big appeal from Roland Jones. Yeah, Deploy had one ball to bowl when Cornwell bowled 2 waste high full tosses and was removed from the attack at that very end, the Lake End and the T20 here. One ball I think might have been a full bunger and was hit for 6. Ooh, now it looks as though he was A little uncomfortable with that one, Keogh. Just about got the bat down. It didn't make the nicest of sounds. There you go, Roland Jones working hard on one side of the Kookaburra. Still 23 overs away from a second new ball. It's a glorious shot by Keogh, leans into it.
He just eased this into the gap. Classic cover drive. Just over pitching Cornwell. If we are going to see a bit of spin, it's going to be in the next 23 overs. Suspect Middlesex will have to do that, whether it be Robson or deploy himself, just to give those seamers a bit of a rest, get them 100% when that new ball is taken, if they need to take it. Giving it a rip there, isn't he, Sam Robson? That's what Australian leg spinners do, don't they? Don't see many Australian leg spinners who just roll it out the front of the hand. They're all brought up on watching Shane Warne. They believe in giving it a proper rip.
Oh, drags that one down. Just a single again, but we've said it, Northamptonshire do have to be careful of the drag down from the part-time spinner. Even from front-line spinner, the occasional bad ball can pick up a wicket, but your eyes can light up when a part-timer drags it down or tosses up a full toss. You drive it straight to cover.
Called Sam Robson Australian. He did grow up in Australia, but of course he's English. We've claimed him as one of our own, but he's a bit of both, isn't he, really? Even he will admit that. I wonder if he supports at rugby, actually. I wonder if he's supporting the Aussies against the Lions. Might ask him at lunchtime.
I reckon I know where I'll be putting my money.
Yeah, me too.
He said he'll never give up on trying to get back in that England side, Sam Robson. Oh, now. I think he's hit the ground, hasn't he? The excitement from Higgins spilled out of the gloves of Cracknell anyway, but the noise was just the bat hitting the ground. But yeah, there's the question for him. Who's he supporting in the Ashes? Oh, that's lovely. Really good from Robson.
Yeah, his first three balls at the right hand, he started really well. Just hanging the ball outside that off stump, inducing him forward. Could be in business here, and slip could be in business.
On 92 for 5.
There's definitely some turn out there for Sam Robson, and I think that'll give him an extended bowl here. Good time to rest the seamers. See if you can burgle one out with Sam Robson's golden arm. How long we got until lunch? 40 minutes. I think Middlesex will take one or two if you offered it to them now. Just had a bit of a joke with Max Holden. Maybe he should warm up. I've seen Max Holden bowl some spin actually in league cricket. Bit of off spin. He's probably behind Deploy, isn't he, in the pecking order?
Oh, now. Oh, they're shoveled around the corner.
It's flown through, isn't it? Still not 100% sure about it's around the wicket tactic. But you can still bang it in short from over the wicket, and you've got that LBW option. There isn't much swing out there at this stage with that Kookaburra ball, as you'd expect. Still get one to nip in off the seam. Leg gully in.
That's a catch down the leg side. Great take by Cracknell. Cornwall gets the bounce, and Keogh offers the little inside tickle. Cracknell does the rest. Middlesex looking for that second breakthrough of the morning.
I told you this around the wicket ploy was going to work. Brilliant stuff. Extra bounce, thick edge, and this is a good catch, isn't it? Because there's a big deflection there, and he moves early. That's what he does really well. If he hadn't taken those extra steps there early, then it would have been much harder for him. That's a really good catch by Joe Cracknell, and that's come at a really good time for Middlesex as well. That partnership wasn't worth too many in terms of runs, but they were together for a few minutes, put on 55 in the end, and it's a big wicket because you feel you're into the bowlers now. Rob Keogh's a genuine batter. He's batted higher up the order than number 7 in his career plenty of times. Now you've got the door open. It's going to be Dominic Leach to come in at number 8. Didn't have a great couple of days with the ball. Did pick up a couple of wickets on day 2. Got Cracknell and Gohar. His figures were 29 overs. Just the 1 maiden, 2 for 144, so he leaked runs. He's now got the opportunity to bring some of that back with a decent innings, but safe to say he's running out of partners.
36 minutes to lunch on the first day. We're making up time from the first day, so slightly delayed lunch today. Northamptonshire can't get there quickly enough now. Leach had a tough time of it with the ball in this match. Couldn't quite get the control that was required to back up Sanderson and Guthrie. They likewise are a little bit more expensive and leaked a few too many. Leach pushed back straight away by Cornwell. Bowled 8 no balls, Leach. So conceded 16 of the 50 runs that were offered up in no balls by Northamptonshire. So there's his first target, knock off the 16. Oh, now has he just worn that on the chin? He did, yeah. He's enjoying himself out there, Cornwell. Little blow to the chin, didn't do any damage. I'm sure it was just an underarm for a mid-off or mid-on. He caught the back end of it, but still prefer not to take one on the chin from a cricket ball.
Yeah, that's your number one choice. Bit of chat out there now. You can hear that the noise levels have really been raised, because I think Middlesex know now they've got a real opportunity here to knock over these last 4 quickly, and then maybe enforce the follow-on.
Oh, now there you go. Looked very uncomfortable to that, Leach. Left arm over, opened himself up. Cornwell has the breakthrough though. Keogh's gone, and Northamptonshire 193 for 6.
What does Safe do now? I'm not sure he'll change things up too much just yet. Only 6 down, but another one goes. Then he might think about just going up a gear. It's all about batting time for them, really, but little counter punch while you've got the part-time spin of Robson on certainly would help a little bit. Just put Middlesex on the back foot a bit more at the moment. They've been very much on the front foot.
Full bunger. I don't know whether Robson, sorry, he went really early there, Zabe. Picks up 4 runs for it.
Made his name really as a one-day player. Seen that shot from Safe Zeb a lot. Good sweeper and reverse sweeper. And I think he made his mind up early to play that shot. Just anticipating where the ball would be. Did think that this might be his opportunity just to up his rate a little bit and take a few runs off Robson. Maybe force Middlesex to get a seamer back on.
Plays the next one off the back foot. It's in the air and it's through. 4 runs.
Well, I think he might have just pulled it back. It's the young man, Jamie Feldman, getting a big round of applause for that effort. He's contributing. First game out there as a sub-fielder for Middlesex in a 4-day game. Saved a couple there. Keeps the right-hander on strike.
Gave him no chance of that downhill. He's as quick across the outfield as he is through the air, clearly.
He's really busting a gut there, isn't he? That's the enthusiasm of youth. And it's good, actually, isn't it? Because they do want Robson bowling to Leach. His eyes lit up there a little bit. Wasn't quite there to dry. That could have easily gone to hand.
It's a little short there. How much air can he give Robson? It's an easy game from here, isn't it? But just throwing one up there to Leach might draw something that the right-hander really shouldn't get involved in. $200 up in the over, 200 for 6.
He's getting a lot of bounce, isn't he, from this end? Noah Cornwell switched ends and actually going up the hill. Seems to be working for him at the moment. Flying through.
And again, often called a strangle, isn't it? But we saw Robson go that way in the first innings down the leg side. The bounce here at Merchant Taylor's means exactly that, that just high up the inside edge of the bat when you're just trying to glance it, trying to defend it on the back foot. You've got to be sure about what you're doing. It's often about Ian Botham always used to say that it shouldn't be called a strangle, it's a legitimate tactic and form of dismissal.
Yeah, well, you do see it a lot, don't you, in professional level cricket. For example, Sai Sudarshan playing in the Test match, he's been out caught down the leg side a couple of times. You can see that England are almost bowling for it. I'm not sure I totally agree with that. I do think if you're a batter, it's still a little bit unlucky because it's a genuine run scoring option. How many times do you see that get tickled down fine for 4, or if you get more bat on it, you can get it more towards square. And I do think that if you're bowling for that, it's not going to work out for you that often. You're going to leak a lot of runs and you might get the odd one that works. But if it's a short delivery like the one we saw from Cornwell that got the wicket of Keogh, that's a bit more likely. And if you've got a leg slip in, you can say I'm genuinely bowling for it. You've got a short leg in there as well. So it's not just you're bowling for the tickle down to the keeper, you're also bowling for the ball fenced off the short leg.
The short one's finished the over, 201 for 6.
If it's a full delivery, I think it is a bit of a strangle because that's not a great delivery. More often than not, that'll get clipped away for 4. Nowadays, there's so much in favour of the batters, isn't there? Particularly in white ball cricket, that you can give the bowlers those wickets and say that they bowl for them occasionally, can't you? Just a reminder of the table. Leicestershire at the moment are dominating Derbyshire. That's first against third. So Leicestershire had a lead of 34 points on second place Glamorgan. That could be extended if they win that game. And then behind them you've got Glamorgan, Derbyshire, Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire, Lancashire, Middlesex.
It's the single on that one, but it will be the 50 for Zabe. 102 deliveries holding this innings together at the moment for Northamptonshire. 4-6 is crucially 122 minutes. They need a few more runs, but they need a lot more time in the middle.
Yeah, top knock, 450 of the season. He's got 500s as well, approaching 1,000 runs. Real breakthrough season for him in first class cricket at the age of 27.
That's the one dragged short. Slapped down by Leach. That could easily have been slapped up though.
That was a horrible drag down from Robbo, wasn't it? He can't believe his luck. And Leach probably thinking, how the hell did I not hit that for 4 or 6? Oh, and he's followed that up with almost a beamer, which he's almost nicked behind. That would have been a way to go, but it was too high. It was a no ball on height. God, imagine if that just dipped down a bit and it had been edged and taken by Joe Cracknell. That would have been one of the more bizarre dismissals you'll ever see.
There's the warning. That's your one for the innings. Another one of those, and you're out of the attack.
If you're a leggy and you get taken out of the attack for 2 beamers, that is interesting, isn't it? It's hardly dangerous, but those are the rules.
Oh, it's a lovely ball to follow up, isn't it? Remember Blake Cullen, Lords in a T20 doing it, and Noah Cornwell here this season.
Should there not be a pace rule applied to that, though, because if you're a spinner, it's not dangerous to bowl beamers. Maybe if you're a spinner and you do it, same law shouldn't apply. What do you think?
Do you remember they had those speed guns that year that used to go around the county grounds from the ECB every game? Look for a second here, but it'll just be one. Not sure how accurate they were. I think they had Mercer up at 65 miles an hour once, but
He's just walked past. Thankfully, he didn't hear that.
well, he sprayed me on the way past, so.
Got him back.
Did see him on his phone in the background when he was walking around the outfield. I was going to ask if you thought it was Candy Crush he was on, or maybe he's a Wordle man.
That doesn't look like a Wordle man to me. So as I was saying, with the table, you got Leicestershire, who are pulling away a little bit. They've won 5 matches. The other side's won 3. So if they beat Derbyshire, that'll be a decent sized gap for them. Behind them, between Glamorgan in 2nd and Middlesex in 7th, 25 points only. So there's a real logjam and a real opportunity to get into that 2nd spot. So if Middlesex can win this, they'll go above Northamptonshire for a start. They go up that table, possibly go above Gloucestershire if Gloucestershire lose to Lancashire. Be a big win for them, and back-to-back wins too. If you look at matches won, Middlesex 2nd bottom, but that actually only one side has won more matches than Middlesex, and that is Leicestershire. Glamorgan and Middlesex, the only other sides that have won 3. So you could argue they're a bit unlucky to be where they are. This win would go a long way to getting them back in the hunt for that 2nd spot. Time to bring Toby Rowland-Jones back. Really good first spell. Just a very Rowland-Jones-like spell, really, wasn't it? He just was very accurate, just back of a length. Nothing you could really drive. He'll be rested now. Good opportunity to have a little burst here before lunch. See if Middlesex can get one more.
Oh, that is a stretch again from Zaid.
Well, there's the bounce. That's what Toby Rowland-Jones is all about. You know, that's not really drivable, and he's a tall guy, just gets that extra lift. Risky shots, particularly here when you've got a bit of variable bounce on day 3. .37 years old now. Toby Rowland-Jones still wheeling away. He's been such a good servant for Middlesex. 602 first-class wickets at an average of 24.94. I'd imagine nowadays, if you look across county cricket, there won't be many people around with a record like that. people with that many wickets for a start. Since the last of a dying breed, whether we'll get people who play that many games in 10, 15 years' time, I'm not sure. And of course, he had that purple patch when he played for England, came in and did brilliantly, hit the ground running. 2017, that was his time. 4 test matches, 17 wickets at 19.
I think he's such a loss to England over the years, Roland Jones, and to Middlesex as well. Because had he been on the field for Middlesex, it's highly likely to have been on the field for England as well in that period, but really had 2, 3, 4 years, cruel injury blow after injury blow. Turn again, but just a little bit too short. He has to be up there as one of the greatest what-ifs if he'd have been fit that whole time. Obviously Simon Jones was cruelly denied a lot of cricket, wasn't he?
Yeah, those are the two that spring to mind initially.
Dear old Sid Lawrence as well, had that knee injury, didn't he?
Yeah, rest in peace, Sid Lawrence. Lovely man, really good bowler. Got a feeling Sam Robson's going to pick up a wicket here. He's getting a bit of turn. I just think one of these tail enders is going to fancy it.
Oh, now 4 runs, but there's the edge.
I think that's it. Just hanging outside the off stump. That's a good length as well. Just tempt that drive. We've already seen one very uppish square drive from Leach. Feels there might be a bit of rain coming in, possibly. It's just got a bit thicker. Just a bit too short of that one. Yeah, if we look sort of far side of the ground, maybe by the lake end, possibly a little bit of rain there. There wasn't anything significant forecast, but it's just got a bit chillier. The air's got a bit thicker.
That's it from Robson right there. There's enough in this pitch for the spinners.
Oh, Shane Warne. Just turned a long way. Sharp work from Cracknell as well. Just hope that stays away, that murky cloud over there. Hopefully it will do.
His jacket's going on and
oh, it's coming in.
2 umbrellas already up on the other side of the ground. Well, we're closing on lunch, aren't we? 1:06 is the scheduled lunch today, so 14 minutes away from the interval. That's a lovely ball. This is the battle, isn't it? Roland Jones against Zabe. It's obviously Robson against the tailenders, but if they could get past Zabe, then things could happen quickly.
It is raining, but it's just drizzle at the moment. It's not enough to get the players off. Hopefully it'll stay that way. Maybe get another slip in here, just given that away movement. We saw that delivery a couple of balls ago. Got a wide slip as it stands, more like a second slip really. You feel if you get Zabe here, then that could be it for Northamptonshire. Could happen very quickly after that.
Holden rolling back the ears, throwing his arm over a little there in front of us.
They're off for rain at the Test match at Old Trafford, so if you're watching us live on the stream and your mates are watching that, tell them that they want to watch some live cricket. They can tune into that Middlesex stream. We've got a few more minutes before lunch. We are hopeful that it will be dry most of the day. Just got a little bit of drizzle at the moment, which don't think will stick around for too long. Lovely forward defensive shot from Save Zabe. I think one more here for Middlesex, and they'll feel they've had a pretty good lunch session, or afternoon, morning session I should say. Getting ahead of myself. Apart from that Zafar Gohar injury, that's been the one blot on the copybook. He's currently off getting treatment. If you're just joining us, unsure yet as to whether he'll play any further part in the innings.
Made no for Roland Jones. 65 done, 210 for 6. Yeah, I think somebody's got to get in Leas deploys here and just say it's worth him having an over before lunch. See the rain in the background. Umpires are going to have a chat. They might be about to deny us Leas deploy, because it looks as though the skipper was going to do exactly that and bring himself on at the Benham ends. Nope, we're off. That's lunch. So no chance for deploy, which is a real shame. And I hope that doesn't delay him having a go this afternoon early on as well, because I think he's got to get himself in the game, just see if he can find some rhythm, get something going. But there's the rain falling now. It's a steady mist of rain here at Merchant Taylor School. So that will be lunch, which was scheduled to be 10 minutes away, but they'll take it now here at MTS. So we'll hope to be back with you in 40 minutes. Matt Kabir, Floyd and myself, Kevin Ham, bringing you the stream today from Middlesex here at Merchant Taylor School in association with Daffabet. So lunch on day 3, Northamptonshire. They're still 415 runs behind. It's 210 for 6.
Visit to the Middlesex Cricket Club shop today, available near to the main entrance on the school side of the ground. Members can take advantage of special 20% discount and stay with a full range of Middlesex merchandise. There are plenty of bargains to be had, so head on over there. At the Middlesex shop, you'll also find information on joining Middlesex as a member, and our new off-season membership now available. Prices just £105 Monday, go for a stroll and see where we end up.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylor School, the live stream from Middlesex in association with Dapperbet, and the home side in a pretty good position and a pretty good huddle just after lunch. 210 for 6 Northamptonshire, trailing by 415 runs. Zabe in the background there making his way out to the middle with Leach. They've got a big job to do. Zabe with a 50 to his name already. And Leach with a couple of hairy moments to give Middlesex hope, but no sign of Zafar Gohar making his way out to the middle, which is one of the things we're all watching out for. Rob Keogh with a finger injury in this match, and Zafar Gohar not bowling this morning after going off with what looked like a shoulder injury. He dived at point to try pretty much stop a single as well, but Middlesex will hope that is not bad news for them. So 210 for 6. The light isn't particularly great at this point, but not bad enough that we'd be off. Lias Deploy has got the ball in hand, which I'm very happy to see, because he was about to bowl just before the lunch interval, and I rather feared that it might have been the obligatory over of spin from the new skipper, but he is going to have a tweak, and I think that has to be the right move. Roland Jones having a natter with him as well. Sam Robson getting a bit of spin from that Benham end, but it's going to be Deploy, left arm finger spinner, to bowl to Leach. From what I've seen of him, he's pretty useful, but he doesn't get much for bowl now because there's quite the queue in the spin bowling department, but this is certainly a chance for Deploy to get some good overs under his belt. On the spot straight away. Got a slip in place, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and short fine leg. A little bit of width on that one. Shoots up out of the gloves of Cracknell. Smiles on faces though for Middlesex at the moment. Under the nose, that's where he wants to put it. Just the couple of wickets to go down. It's nice again. Seems to get it up there under the batter's nose, especially to the tail enders. Leave it there for long enough. Hope that either the ball does something or the batter perhaps does something that maybe they shouldn't have. Yeah, that's nice. Length on that one just gives it a little bit of air as well to give it that chance to turn. 210 for 6, live stream in association with Dapperbet. I'm Kevin Hand, Matt Kabir Floyd's alongside me for the final 2 days of this one. And Middlesex will hope there aren't too many interruptions. Fortunately, that one we've just had means no overs lost. We will go on to 6:30 and tea will be taken at 4.
Yeah, afternoon, Kevin. Afternoon, everyone who is watching us. Thankfully, that rain was very brief and it wasn't very hard either. It is still grey around, but the forecast is pretty decent, so we're hopeful that we'll get a full day's playing from here. Might get the odd sprinkling, you never know, because the cloud is quite low, but Middlesex won't be too bothered about that at the moment. Not bad conditions for bowling. The ball is turning. Seamers will like this cloud as well, and Tom Helm's going to get the first bowl as far as the seamers are concerned this afternoon. It was interesting, wasn't it, that deploy over? He got a lot of drift into the right-handed batter, and there is grip as well, so just makes you think that the part-time spinners Deploy and Robson could have a fairly big part to play, not just in this innings, but in the next innings as well. You would think if Middlesex can bowl out Northants in the next 14, 15 overs, that they will seriously consider enforcing the follow-on. Probably will enforce it. They've got to win this game, really, to get back up towards that second position. This is a great opportunity from here.
On the spot straight away, Helm. A bit of lift for Helm this morning. He's been there or thereabouts throughout this game. He's very much in the game throughout the blasts. 10th leading wicket taker, set out the last game down at Cardiff. Ahead of this match at Merchant Taylors.
That's a bad thing. It's a good thing. You buy the more expensive ones.
Onto the hip of Leach.
It's got a bit chilly now, actually. All of a sudden, it's not feeling like the hot July that we've had. Feels like a bowling day. Oh, is there a bit of drizzle coming in, maybe?
Oh, now up on the toes, Leach. They were going hard at Keogh with that injured finger this morning. Bad still there for Leach. Ball, it's 67th over. Yeah, it's raining again, isn't it?
Yeah, very fine, just mizzle at the moment, not quite as strong as it was just before we went off, just before lunch. Certainly not enough to take them off just yet. But it's a bit murky out there, not the easiest of seeing conditions for the batters. Interesting also to see whether we see more of the variable bounce that we saw in that first session as well. Wasn't horrendous, just the odd one kept a little bit low, the odd one reared up, just to make it that bit harder for Northants as they try and battle a massive deficit here, still 414.
Scooped it a little, that one. Didn't go too hard with the bottom hand in the end, which I think just about saved him. End of the 67th, 211 for 6.
This drizzle might make it a little bit tricky for the spinners to grip it. It's a bit annoying from Middlesex's point of view with the ball turning. Deploy's going to carry on. Yeah, when you think about the follow-on, I mean, there isn't that much time left in the match, is there, really, when you think about it? Just 5 sessions. So the only way that you wouldn't enforce it is if your bowlers are absolutely knackered and they need a bit of a rest. But apart from that, there's no real reason to do it. And you wouldn't bat for very long, would you, really? Say if Middlesex bowled them out in the next hour and 15 minutes, you can't really bat for very long. It's going to have to be just an hour and a bit or something, and then it's probably defeats the whole point.
Nice to deploy. More reason for the skipper to be on at this stage, isn't it, actually? To give the bowlers a rest, give the quartet of seamers a rest. Starting to come down a little bit more consistently now. Might not be much longer than this ball left. Low full toss. Single taken. 12 overs to that second new ball. The umpires are looking twitchy out there. It's actually brightening up a little bit to our left, but will they hold fire for this rain that's falling right now? Deploy trying to keep that ball dry. Gets through and gets away. 4 byes.
Oh, there's that significant drift again. Cracknell already picking it up. big weapon though, isn't it? If you get it right to a right-hander, particularly a batter down the order, if you can get that ball drifting in on the right line, LBW really brought into play. He's got quite a nice action, hasn't he, Lewis Deploy, really? For a part-timer, it's quite a classical left-arm spinner's action, and that enables him to get that drift in. So if he's able to get a bit of turn as well, a bit of grip out there, threatens both the inside and the outside edge. Very nice.
There it is. That's the one. Land it there and try and keep it there, particularly to Leach. Tailenders to come. Working desperately hard on trying to keep that ball dry. Rain has passed on, it has brightened up a lot. So we'll see the umbrellas in the distance, but it's barely a spit. Pushes him back. You can see Leach isn't certain, which will keep Deploy going for a little while. You'd have thought here. 68 done, 216 for 6.
Well, one person who this little bit of rain, and it has eased up a little bit, one person who it isn't very good for is Sam Robson, who bowled pretty well actually before the break, but Deploy might feel it's easier for the left arm finger spinner to grip the ball than it is for the leggy. So he'll probably just wheel away for a few overs from that end, seam at the other. And then they'll bring seam on from both ends once we get to that new ball, which 12 overs away at the moment. Maybe Roland Jones and Higgins or Cornwell will take that. Oh, we've got the ball gauge out. It's gone right through, so you've got to keep using that one, Middlesex. I feel like I've spoken more about ball gauges in the last few days than ever before. It's become a hot topic, hasn't it, in the test matches, constantly trying to get the ball changed. This current batch of Duke's balls seems to go out of shape a little bit easier than they used to.
Luke Holman on there as a sub fielder with Zafar Gohar off at the moment. Be frustrated that he's not in the side for this, and Middlesex will be rueful. But that's selection, isn't it? You have to try to read the pitch and make the call you think is right.
Well, I'm sure watching the stream and the highlights and seeing the ball turn, he would have definitely been a bit gutted that he wasn't playing. Kept a little bit low. He's right up on his toes. Leach did see Helm in that first session get some real lift from the opposite end. The odd one did just keep a little bit low. He's the one bowler today on both sides who can get real steepling bounce, and that just makes it even more dangerous when he gets one to keep a little bit low because you're expecting that extra bounce.
So close to getting through again. Opens up quite a lot, doesn't he? Leach shows the bowlers a lot of the stumps.
Yeah, you're right, Kevin. He's showing his stumps quite a bit, isn't he, Leach? Maybe it's the extra pace of Helm. Yeah, if he gets one just to deck away there. Could be in business with the slips. We've got 2 slips back in place now. And genuine first and second slip. It was a while in that first session where the first slip was taken out. Just had a second slip in. I think with Leach, that's sensible.
Up in the air. Just over deploy.
Lucky there. That was right up on the splice of the bat. Deploy was actually quite close in there. Ball looped over his head and just wide of him. Could have easily gone to hand. But you see there, he's very close in. If he was back at a more genuine mid-on, he might have been able to run around and dive for that. And will be happy he's taking it on though. I see another short one here.
.69 done. 11 to that second new ball. 219 for 6. How long do they keep Helm going with the second new ball? Just 11 overs away.
Well, it depends who you want to give the new ball to. I presume that Toby Rowland-Jones is going to get the ball at one end. Could give it to Higgins. Took the new ball quite a bit for Gloucestershire. Either that, or you just give Helm a quick burst now, take him off, and hold him back for that new ball. But Middlesex has got options. Cornwell, of course, he can take the new ball. He did in the first innings. Not first innings, but start of the first innings. I'd be inclined to maybe give it to Higgins, actually. Experienced man's bowled really well. Only bowlers pick up 2 wickets so far. He's bowled 11 overs. Cornwell's also bowled 11.
Oh, now he's dragged that wide of mid-on, but it was in the air for a while. To some extent, Middlesex won't mind that.
That was hit hard, committed to the shot. Just waiting for something in his arc, and it's curled in beautifully onto the middle of the bat. Middlesex won't mind the aggression though. A couple of signs of it from Leach in the last couple of overs. They don't mind if he plays his shots. That opens up opportunities.
Just a single on this occasion.
I do think in terms of picking up a wicket here, particularly with Leach, in terms of your part-time spinners, that Sam Robson might just provide a bit more of that wicket-taking threat. Someone batting down the order, they might feel like they can chance their arm a bit more against a leggy and a regulation left-arm spinner. He could have both operating from opposite ends as well.
Right catch, but that was sweetly stroked. Oh, there's a battle by the C-suite. Who's going to get it? The chief exec and the director of cricket run.
A shot of a proper batsman, that. Really nice from Dom Leach. Just rocked back onto his back foot and just caressed that really through cover, through the gap.
Yeah, I get the feeling with them both on in tandem, Deploy and Robson. Even Zabe might be guilty of a loose shot ahead of the second new ball, ahead of the return of the seamers, just a break in concentration. Both ends, would they be able to resist? This feels like a waiting game at the moment, doesn't it? Game of patience. Second new ball's coming. Zabel very much had that on his mind. Leach. But equally, that 3.95. The follow-on target to some extent is almost nominal now for Northamptonshire. You'd have to fancy they're not going to make it. But it's just how long can they defy Middlesex in the process? How far can they push this?
And also, how long can they keep Middlesex's bowlers out there for? Because, as you say, even if they don't get to the follow-on target, presumably Middlesex, if they want to win, are going to have to make Northants follow on and go out there and bowl again. And if Northants have kept Middlesex out there for 100 overs, say, and then Middlesex have to go out there and bowl again, possibly without their premier spinner, that could be an issue for the faster bowlers in terms of physical fitness.
Looks for a single by Zabe.
I think Zaib's playing it right now. He's just staying in his bubble, not changing things up too much, not going through the gears just yet. He's got some good support from Leach so far, who, by the way, had only scored 3 runs this season up until today. Got 6 times the amount of that in one innings, 18 not out. So while Leach is going all right, Zabe can just trot along, doesn't need to do anything different. That might change if Leach goes. He might then feel, okay, I might just try and farm the strike a bit more and over my shoulders a bit more. But it does feel a bit like a waiting game at the moment until Middlesex can crack an end open again.
Slow ball. Started a little too wide, and you could see Leach was completely undone by it in the end. Had nothing to do with it. 231 for 6.
He's a good slow ball bowler, Tom Helm. Seen that repeatedly in T20 cricket, and just occasionally in four-day cricket can be a good option. Just the element of surprise, particularly against lower order batters. Middlesex will be desperate to take these last 4 as quickly as possible, just so the bowlers are not bowling too many overs to try and get this win.
Get back for a couple at least. Long chase for Roland Jones at long off.
The thing is, this is going to have to be a hard-fought victory, though, because as you saw with Middlesex's innings, this is not the easiest pitch to take 20 wickets on.
Oh, now that's short and it's hammered now towards us. Rattles away into an advertising board away to our right.
Got right underneath this, got really low, safe Zabe, so he could get the elevation, and this had plenty on it. Nice feeling, isn't it, when you've been sweating and working hard defending, and then you finally get a real half tracker and you think, great, I'm not missing out on that.
And another one, and this one's put away as well. One bounce 4, dumps into the advertising boards there. So I think it's Ploy and Robson. Zabe happy to take the mum, but it could also lead to his downfall as well, though, this. You just have to be a little bit careful not to get carried away with it. He's put them both away well. Nothing wrong with either of those shots. Must have been close to a no ball as well.
I think just the little sprinkling of rain we had is making it a little tricky for the spinners to grip the ball now, which is not ideal, and you need them to bowl a few just up to 80 overs before the seamers come back.
There he is, ripping them away, lining them up. I think he'd fancy a ball. End of the 72nd. Oh, there it is. 243 for 6.
Drunk.
So return for Higgins replacing Helm. That means it'll be Roland Jones and Cornwell with the second new ball. We'll have to wait and see. Middlesex would love to blast one out before that second new ball does arrive. What they might be thinking here with Higgins is there any reverse swing to be had at all, because now would be the time. But that ball has been getting wet, which I'd have thought, or logic would tell you, it would have killed off any hope of any reverse.
Yeah, I don't think that rain did Middlesex any favours, really. As you say, yeah, I don't think we'll see any reverse swing now. And means the spinners suddenly can't grip the ball. They were looking a little bit dangerous just before it came in, before lunch.
No chance of knowing if that one's fun.
Body line from Ryan Higgins. He's got a leg gully in, short leg, round the wicket. Harold Larwood.
There's Jardine coming to have a chat with him, just out of shot in the end. Lewis deploy. And again.
Well, I questioned the around the wicket tactic before with Noah Cornwell, and then he got a wicket caught down the leg side next ball, so I'm not going to do that with Brian Higgins. I think it's all part of a genius plan. Did see Leach take on the pull shot, didn't we, in the previous over? Clothed it, almost caught out, just playing on that intent. Oh, I tell you what, that was nasty. That did not get up at all. That could have easily pinned him right on the grill. Just have a look at this replay. He just moves his head out of the way last. Oh, that really hasn't got up at all. Nasty. Very close to the helm. Might even just glance something on the way through.
Over the top of that one. Put away fine of Holman at square leg.
Well, it looks like he's going to take it on. This then rolls the wrists on it nicely. As I said before, Middlesex won't mind any of the batters taking on the hook shot with this short ball tactic. Just keeps them in the game, keeps them in business. It's Kane Williamson, he's the man around the corner. He's almost like a short, fine leg, really, rather than a leg slip. He's a little bit deeper.
Resist the temptation on that one. See it bouncing away through to the keeper in the end.
Slow ball bouncer from T20 cricket there, wasn't it? Just looped up, bounced on the way through to Cracknell. It's that variable bounce which means that the hook shot is a little bit risky. Kane Williamson is now going back from a short fine to about sort of 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Back over the wicket.
Oh, now. Thought he did for a moment. Just feather it through to the keeper.
Right, here he is, the veteran Sam Robson, back on with his leg spin. Bowled pretty well in that first session. He got quite a bit of turn, particularly to the right-hander, got his line right, just hung the ball outside the off stump. Pretty tidy as well, just went over, just over 3 and over. And immediately just causing a bit of indecision. I think this is a good move. Just have that feeling that Robson might pick up a wicket or two today. His control looks pretty good. You sense that the batters might want to get after him.
Yeah, I really wouldn't have minded the pair in tandem at all at this stage, Robson and Deploy. Just fancy Leach in particular. Zabe obviously put Deploy away for a couple, but even he maybe might have just got underneath one in the end, which you fancy Leach would. It's just the temptation, isn't it, for a lower order against the spinner, so the more temptation you can send their way. It's the kind of ball that takes a wicket. Oh, so close. So close. Zabe even has his hand on his helmet, let alone Cracknell behind the stumps.
Right, let's have a look at this one again. Oh, that is a coat of varnish, isn't it? Just died as well, didn't bounce.
Don't think so, no. Wasn't convincing.
Oh, what Luke Holman's thinking right now, watching this. Watching Sam Robson turn the ball square. Holman's out there, of course, as a sub-fielder right now.
He'd be as grumpy as anything right now, Luke Holman. And on this occasion, I won't blame him. Like I say, you can't really. It's one of those things. I mean, look at the amount of grass that was on there. They fancied it's renowned as a seamer's surface here, and they've left some grass on deliberately. As it's turned out, it's spun big throughout. There he is in the foreground. Holman just adjusting the stumps. They've been desperate to play even on the flattest of surface, let alone one that's turned out to play like this. 248 for 6.
Right, good time for a wicket again. Now for Middlesex. Let's break this one up. Get stuck right into that tail proper. This partnership now worth 55. Came together 58.3 overs, so 15.5 overs they've been together, and a good job.
Was there any bat involved? I'm not sure there was. Yeah, it was. Signal runs.
Initial reaction was it might have come off the thigh pad. It was a bit of glove. Possibly safe save. Got 4 extra runs there. You won't complain. He's up to 74. 26 short of a 600 of the year.
As a bowler, you're going to be interested, aren't you, to see the amount of the stumps that Leach shows you. He's almost on his way down after that one, wasn't he?
Yeah, the short ball attack from Ryan Higgins just doesn't quite have the same pep than what we saw with Tom Helm and Noah Cornwell. Obviously taller men and more pace, more bounce. It does feel though that it's got to that point in Middlesex. Just need to try something different.
Five to go to the second new ball, 253 for 6. Yeah, given that runs just aren't an issue for Middlesex here, that's why I just wonder, having 2 spinners tossing it up now, even be it 2 part-time spinners so close to the second new ball, I feel like there's much damage really that can be done. And the ball, even if it is thumped away for a fair few overs.
Yeah, it's a good point. You got a lot of runs to play with. You could go spin at both ends, and the only thing against that is the ball's still a little bit wet, a little bit slippy. Keep Higgins in reserve for an effort with the new ball when it's a few overs old. I do sense that new ball burst. It's going to be pretty crucial in terms of the outcome of this match, though, don't you now? Now that Northampton have almost got to 80 overs.
Bounce for Robson. Turn on that one, a single taken out to deep backward square. And a few glimpses, Robson, a few moments. You know, it was probably, or partly why Deploy brought himself off, because I don't think he really had that one that really turned, really grabbed in the surface. I'd like to see him give himself a little while longer, even the change of ends. As the finger spinner bowl up the hill. Gets away with that one.
There was one airy drive from Leach early in his innings, which went square of the wicket. That's a length that Robson needs to be searching for here, really. Just outside off stump, reaching for that drive. Leach, though, he's doing a really good job here. 63 balls he's lasted. When you take into account, he's not a particularly experienced player. He's not someone who's got a history of scoring runs. I mean, you look at this season, as I said, he's only batted 3 times, top score of 3, and his highest score in his career is just 32, so he's not far off that now. 11 runs from his highest ever first-class score. bit frustrating for Middlesex because I think they know they get 1 wicket here and they've got a good opportunity to go bang, bang, bang. Take the last 3 out quickly, particularly with that new ball just being held up here by Leach and Zabe. Yeah, in fact, Dominic Leach's average 5.3 in first-class cricket in his 13 matches heading into this match. It's kind of like your average in club cricket, that, isn't it?
With the ball, of course. He's played this so well, Zabe, hasn't he? 77 from 139, so a big scare last night. Roland Jones, who is warming up just in front of us, warming up the shoulder, ready to go in a few overs' time. Be straight at it with that second new ball. To make sure Higgins into his 3rd spell now. They really like to make sure that this second new ball does finish this, because there is time is on their side, but as you've been saying, Floyd, it's the overs in their legs that's the problem. They've got plenty of runs to play with, a fair bit of time, but it's that tiredness, that fatigue with a kookaburra as well. It's another single down to long leg, and the amount of energy that bowling a bouncer takes out of you, you've got to put that extra few percent in. Effort ball to bang it in short.
And the longer this game goes on, the longer Zafar Gohar's absence from the field starts to take its toll on Middlesex, and the seamers get more and more tired. It's going to have to be a Herculean effort in many ways from here to get the win. In a good position, but a lot of effort required.
Top of that as well. They haven't been particularly troubled by this short ball, have they? So got to 78.
It's been a good pitch, really, when you think about it. Obviously a lot of runs in it if you can get in. Is a little bit for the bowlers, a little bit of variable bounce, and the ball seeming a little bit, particularly at the start of today.
Up in the air. Deploy holds on. It's Kane Williamson backtracking. Plucks it with his fingers in the air. I tell you what, he was really on the move on the way back there, and even for Williamson, you can see the little look on his face. Wasn't wholly sure on that one, but he holds on. Middlesex have the 7th wicket, and the short ball works at last.
Ryan Higgins making the short ball plan work. Well placed fielder. Kane Williamson had been up in the ring. He was moved back, particularly for that kind of a full shot, and he makes no mistake. So that's a couple of wickets today that Middlesex have got with the short ball ploy. One caught down the leg side, one top edge caught out at round about a deep fine leg, and it's come at a very good time, hasn't it? Just before that new ball, Ben Sanderson comes out to the crease. And Middlesex now, if anything, just they haven't got to bowl a ridiculous number of overs in this match to get the job done. If they can knock over these last 3 fairly quickly, have a quick 10-minute break, and then get back out there and bowl. That is if they want to enforce the follow-on, which is not a guarantee, but you would think there's a very strong possibility if they can get these last 3 quickly. I I think Dom Leach will be a bit disappointed. He fought pretty hard. He wasn't too far away from his highest score in first-class cricket. He'd supported Sebzai really well. Generally had resisted the short ball, and then he just couldn't. One time his eyes lit up. He thought, well, it's only Ryan Higgins. It's not going to do me for pace, but he was undone by a bit of bounce.
That's gone. No doubt about that one. Higgins will be on a hat-trick at the start of his next over. Sanderson barely forward, partially across, absolutely plumb.
Salmon trout that was, as the great Shane Warne would say. Brilliant bit of bowling first up. Just attack those stumps, a little bit of seam movement in, and that is absolutely stone dead. We're both giving that out from here, weren't we? So like London buses, do come along very quickly for Middlesex. That's what can happen. But good from Higgins. He recognised the moment there. Tail ender coming in. Just attack the stumps, nip the ball back in. And Ben Sanderson wasn't up to keeping that one out. So yeah, one brings two, as they say. And Liam Guthrie comes out to the crease. Might not even need that second new ball, Kevin.
It's right out of my mouth. 3 overs. Higgins will be on a hat-trick for the start of his next over. So Guthrie joins Abe, who's on 78. Shy of a milestone as well, of course, but well, hat-trick against Northamptonshire for that man in the first game at Wantage Road. Now he's going to have the chance to do it twice in a season. Thoughts and prayers with Ollie Thorpe, who's immediately having scrambled to see the last bowler who took 2 hat-tricks in a season against the same county for Middlesex on a Tuesday. Robson, oh, that's lifted. And they reject the single. Talk to me, Floydie.
Well, if he's going to do that, yeah, I mean, he wants to keep the strike. I do kind of get it. In fact, he's almost doing it just to keep the strike rather than score runs. He might not even try and go after the next few deliveries. He might just simply block them out and then try and get the single off the 5th or the 6th ball. Obviously doesn't have much trust in Guthrie.
The reverse. Bring in a single. That's really well fielded by Cornwall. It's slippery out there at the moment.
Well, if he's going to decline the single first ball, I'm surprised he's taking it 3rd ball, to be honest. He goes down and has a chat with Guthrie. He's another left-hander. Yeah, I think maybe he just thought, oh, I've nailed this one. Set off, thought he was going to get 4, and then realised it was too close to the fielder. So 3 balls for the number 10. Got the short leg in as well. Give it a rip, Sam.
A bit of a noise, was there, or is it just all slapping into? Who's going to face the hat-trick ball? Does Robson give Guthrie the single? They all back off a little.
He won't be taking it.
No run. 2:58 for 8.
They can back off all they like, Kevin. He's not going to take that one. So we just looked it up, and Ryan Higgins got a hat-trick against Northamptonshire in the first game between these two sides at Wantage Road. And actually, a couple of similarities. It was the 7th, 8th and 9th wickets of the first innings. Again, it could be the 7th, 8th and 9th if he gets it. The other similarity which we could have had was that the third wicket of the hat-trick was Liam Guthrie, but sadly he's at the other end watching on. It's going to be Safe Zabe who's going to face up to it. But this could be, in theory, 2 hat-tricks against the same side in the same season of a county cricket season, which would be extraordinary. And just as I'm saying that, just to add to the drama, a little bit of drizzle coming in. Hat-trick ball.
Well, he guides it out to deep mid-wicket. Everybody's back on the rope for the hat-trick ball. Have they missed a trick there? Surely you bring everybody up for the hat-trick ball, and if he does go for a booming drive and it's 4 runs, so be it.
Well, I don't mind the idea of the bouncer, actually, because it's almost like a surprise, and he might think, okay, this is my opportunity to score, and a little top edge. But yeah, maybe they could have had an in-out field.
Goes for the Yorker. Single rejected again.
It's almost not a great situation for Safe Zabe to be in this, is it? Because scoring runs, well, A, it's not easy because everyone's on the boundary. B, he's so far behind that he seems more focused here on just seeing out the over and then trying to nick a single. So it's not like he's trying to get his side a few runs and get them a few runs ahead. It's a little bit different.
Jones, 9 balls away from being called back into this attack with the second new ball in hand. Does Higgins go through with the second new ball now?
Maybe. He's pretty fit, isn't he? Could carry on for sure. He's in rhythm, he's loosened up, he's warm.
Yorker again. Dug out and the single's taken with 2 to go the over.
He's got 2 balls at Guthrie now. Field will come in. Not too sure we'll see a short ball here. I think we'll see him attacking the stumps a bit more. Although there is a short leg going back in. Geddes going back in under the helmet. So we might see at least one of these 2 balls being a short delivery. Interesting at the moment, there's only the 1 slip. Max Holden's been called in as well now. He's going to slot in a leg slip. So maybe we'll see a bit more of that short ball attack.
Oh wow, who needs a second new ball?
Really good carry here. Tennis ball bounce as well in some ways. Middlesex will be happy to see that. As I was saying earlier, we have seen a little bit of uneven bounce, but this pitch is certainly not a minefield. You can get runs if you apply yourself. That's a decent leave from Mr. crucially for Northamptonshire, is going to keep the strike for the next over. Yeah, I think in this situation, if I was batting here, if I was the set batter, it's quite hard to rein yourself in, isn't it? He's playing it quite sensibly as it stands, Zabe. He's just trying to just take as many balls as possible without really doing too much damage. But I kind of feel like if you're a batter, you've done all this hard work, he's been in for 147 balls, it's quite hard to then rein yourself in and you know, not try and go up 2 gears, really. You know, I would feel like this is my chance now to have some fun and try and hit a few over the ropes. But of course, every over they keep Middlesex out there does count for them. Just trying to save this game. That's probably why I'm not a professional cricketer. I'll be swinging. Reverse again. Again, he picks out the fielder. Seems like a lot of risk for not much reward, that shot, in this situation. Although it is one of his preferred ways of scoring in white ball cricket.
Oh no, he's taken that off the stumps again. Straight to the fielder. It is a strange tactic to reject it, but I guess, again, game-wise, the runs are out of the equation. Time is the greatest ally here for Northamptonshire, in the hope that the time runs out quickly. A little bit of rain here today. We might have another early finish for bad light this evening, and then hope for the same again tomorrow. Just slow the momentum that Middlesex have been building as well. I guess he's also allowed to fully go into selfish mode and bat for himself here for a century. Does he earn the right to go about it any way that he chooses? He's going to take the single now, 4th ball of the over.
So Saif Zabe's getting a round of applause from his teammates. I think that's because he's just gone past 1,000 runs for the season. He has. And you know what? He could be the first of the season in the County Championship Division 2. I'll just double check that. He was in a race with Ben Compton. Yeah, I think he's the first one, just ahead of Ben Compton. Wayne Madsen, the only other one past 900. Max Holden, 4th on the list, 884. Well, well done, Saif Zabe. That is some accolade, isn't it? The first player to go past 1,000 runs for the season. There's still quite a bit of time left as well. He can have a real hefty haul. And the new ball is now available. We are through 80 overs, so it's 260 for 8. Northants. Still a long way to go if they want to make Middlesex bad again. And I would be surprised if Middlesex do not take it straight away. But of course that will open up a few more scoring opportunities as well. Yeah, new ball taken. And it looks like Ryan Higgins is going to continue. So how does he change things up now with that new conker in his hand? Is he going to go back to more traditional new ball bowling here? I don't think Zabe will be too unhappy with this. He gets a harder ball now, which can fly off the bat a bit quicker. Middlesex, they've got to keep the field out, which I think is a sensible plan. I think just to frustrate the set informed batter. Maybe he might do something silly and then just have a real crack at the other end. Whenever you get 2 balls, 3 balls at Guthrie, you got to make him count.
Just getting into our commentary tent at the moment. On the sidelines, Middlesex will have to be working hard to keep this second new ball dry, and to some extent you could almost imagine they might not mind coming off at the moment with this rain. Keep the ball as dry as possible. Oh, it's a lovely ball.
We've seen this a couple of times today from Ryan Higgins. He's so good at doing that, isn't he? Around the wicket, angling in and then seaming away. So hard to play that. Hard to nick it, to be fair.
It's waited a long time for his first five for Middlesex, only coming a few rounds ago away at Glamorgan. Second spell with the county, of course, Ryan Higgins. Gone to Gloucestershire. Good number of years. Oh, Jaffa.
Very similar, maybe even better than the other one. Slightly fuller. What's interesting about that is that he's quite wide of the crease as well. Doesn't get that close to the stumps when he comes around the wicket, so there's a real angle in and then sharp jag away. Absolute jaffers.
Well, how long will this last? Higgins is enjoying it. He'll keep going.
It's like Rishabh Pant, isn't it? Block, block, block. Suddenly, way! Run down the track. Big hoik. Field is mostly up though at the moment, so I guess he saw an opportunity to score a few. Pretty sure here though, he'll try and take a one. There are a few ones on offer if he wants them. Might see a bouncer to prevent that. And he gets a lucky single in the end of that leading edge. Eventful over. Higgins quietly, just one off a five for now. He's really been Middlesex's best bowler with this late burst. Long distance in the end. We're going to be going off, unfortunately. The rain has just got a little bit heavier, quite similar to when we came off just before lunch actually. It's not that heavy, but it's heavy enough. Gut feelings, we're not going to be out for too long here. We're not going to be off the field for too long, so don't go too far. But it has just got a little bit heavier. Forecast, as I've mentioned before, it's pretty decent today, so if we are off, we're not expecting it to be for too long, but this is where we stand. Middlesex, of course, 625 for 8 declared yesterday. Northamptonshire, 261 for 8 in reply, so they still trail by a massive 364 runs. Safe still there, 82 not out of 157 balls. Become the first player in Division 2 to get to 1,000 runs for the season, so well done him. Ryan Higgins, 4 for 51. He's been excellent today and yesterday. He's just one away from a 5-wicket haul. But Middlesex, at the moment, Kevin, hold all the cards.
They do indeed. What kind of rain card's going to be played tonight, though. Middlesex will hope it's not here. A nailed on one. We'll be back in a few moments. As soon as play resumes here, tea was due to be taken at 4, depending how heavy this is. Of course, it could be factored in now. But as soon as play resumes, we'll be back here on the live stream from Middlesex. Matt Kabir, Floyd, myself, Kevin Hand, in association with Dafabet.
Joffre Archer 3 for 73. At the Middlesex shop, you'll find information on joining Middlesex as a member, and with our new half-season membership offer now available, priced at just £145 for full adult membership for the remainder of the season. If you join today, we'll refund the cost of the ticket you purchased to get into the game today. You can also take advantage of a special 20% discount that's available from a full range of Middlesex merchandise. There are plenty of bargains to be had at the shop, so please head on over there. The bar marquee is situated on the school side of the ground, and Middlesex members can show their 2025 membership cards at the bar to receive a discounted price. There are also catering units serving hot food at the school side of the ground, as well as a coffee van which also sells snacks. Again, we'd like to remind you that smoking is not permitted in any of the seating areas, and this also applies to e-cigarette users. Please only use the signposted smoking areas and ashtray buckets to extinguish all cigarettes. Thank you.
should make him feel that he can not. Unless you make him go wicket keeper. No, wicket keeper means fucking. You wouldn't be catching him. If he's fit enough to bat, he's fit enough. See you tomorrow. it. Another 10 minutes. 10 minutes, you'll be alright. I'll have to come up with some bloody waffle, won't I? Well done. Cheers.
They know you. One of them. Dennis Willis. Everybody wanted to work the weekend, didn't want to work during the week. Don't mind working during the week. buying more beer. So leave it if you're collective capable. Or do I mean culpable? Have fun. See you tomorrow. Yep.
Well, you might be over a bit.
Well, yes. I won't come under the slightest. I can't see it's taking 12 minutes. Oh, we should. We'll have to take 6 tonight and 6 tomorrow. Yes. Job done. some updated scores for you from around the grounds. At the test match at Old Trafford, India were bowled out for 358. England in reply, going well, 77 for no wicket. At Southampton, Hampshire currently 267 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. At Hove, Sussex 196 for 3 in their second innings against Essex. At Edgbaston, Worcestershire 185 for 8 in their second innings. And at Scarborough, Surrey 150 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 517 for 6 declared. In the second division at Derby, Leicestershire declared their second innings on 236 for 9. Derbyshire chasing an enormous score, 37 for 1. At Cardiff, Kent in their second innings, 277 for 5. And finally, at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 381 all out in reply to Lancashire's 557. Team will be taken in this match at the scheduled hour of 4 o'clock, and we're hoping for some play after tea. The bar marquee is situated on the school side of the ground, and Middlesex members can show their 2 of the 25 membership card at the bar to receive a discounted price. There are catering units serving hot food on the school side of the ground, as well as a coffee van serving snacks. I need to remind you that smoking is not permitted in any of the seating areas, and this also applies to e-cigarette users. Please only use the signposted smoking areas and ashtray buckets to extinguish all cigarettes. So again, tea will be taken at 4 o'clock in this match, and home to resume depending on the weather. Thank you.
I wasn't going to go all through to them. Nothing recorded, so I was afraid.
There'll be a few curry places. Yeah. There was lots of people. news. Play is scheduled to restart at 4:20. At the end of the tea break, 20 overs have been lost, and there are 40 overs remaining in the evening session. Play to resume at 4:20.
Don't know.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School. A long delay, tea taken, and we're about to get underway for the evening session on this third day. A break that might have fallen in the favour of the home side. Actually, that remains to be seen because there's still some work to do in the Northamptonshire first innings. 261 for 8, 81 overs bowled, so 1 over with the second new ball has been bowled before the rain came down and a long delay, which meant Middlesex have been able to put their feet up for a little while and get themselves prepped for what at the moment will be a 40-over session. That, like yesterday, I think will be dictated by the light. I'm Kevin Hand, bringing you the live stream with Matt Kabir-Floyd. Stream coming to you in association with Daffabet. And Matt, yeah, good for the legs of the bowlers, perhaps. Put them up for a little while. Not so good for our waistline in the commentary tent, though.
Yeah, I've had too many of those flapjacks in the break. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, good for the bowlers. I think they could have done with a short break there, seeing as Middlesex almost certainly are going to enforce the follow-on, providing they bowl Northamptonshire out before they get another 165 runs, which is looking very likely at the moment. So those seamers needed a little bit of a rest, given that Zafar Gohar still off the field, their frontline spinner, which is a bit of a blow because we've seen the ball turn prodigiously. So I think the seamers, it's pretty much all on them from here on in. Here comes Cornwell.
Oh, Shots back, and mind those fingers. There's been enough injuries in this match. Keogh might have been the warmest either. Bit of a chill in the air, actually. The wind chill was the worst of it today, although the wind has died down a little now. Hopefully that means it's not blowing anything else in on top of us. He's bowled him! There goes, off stump. Cornwall goes straight through. Zabe's resistance is finished, gone for 82, no century. The 1,000-run man, but a 9th wicket for Middlesex.
The break has done wonders for Middlesex's bowlers, and namely because they've got the key wicket. What a delivery this was, seaming in right into that off stump, out the ground. Zabe looks back ruefully, maybe didn't quite move his foot as much as he would have liked to the pitch of the ball, but it's still an absolute peach of a delivery. Definitely seamed in quite a significant amount, and that's a big one for Middlesex, because Saif Zabe has been in cracking form all the way through this summer. Such is life of a batter. Bat really well for a few hours, bit of a break, you come out and bang, you're out straight away. But that is a good delivery with a new ball, just an over-old. Middlesex just one away now, and the scrawny figure of Yusrendra Chahal comes out, very recognisable gait and frame. Batting not his strong point, but he's always got a smile on his face, and he does there, doesn't he?
Now Cornwell, 2 for 48. So Guthrie, 0 from 7. Chahal has 4 balls to survive of this Cornwell over. And he's bowled in middle stump, yorked him. And Cornwell will be on a hat-trick when he comes on in the Northamptonshire second innings. You'd imagine it will be a follow-on here. 364 behind. What a way to finish it.
One nipping into the left-hander, and then one swings through the gate of the right-hander. What a perfect 1-2 punch. There you go, just shapes in, very full as well, almost a Yorker length. Wow, what an over. Not even an over from Cornwell. 3 balls, and all of a sudden it's done. Now all eyes on Middlesex's captain, Lewis Duploy, and I'd be shocked if he doesn't enforce the follow-on here, especially with that break. That break will have helped his bowlers out quite a bit. Big smile from Noah Cornwell. He's chipped in significantly in this innings. 3 for 48 for him, but he's denied poor old Ryan Higgins. Shot at a 5-foot. He ends with 4 wickets. The veteran seamer, who probably would have bowled the other over, but Middlesex don't really care. They are in the box seat.
Well, I alluded it to it slightly when they walked out. This could favour Middlesex if they're to wrap up this innings, and you know they've had a long break. Whereas had the delay had not come like that and they wrapped up the innings, it would have been an awfully long time in the field for them. We shall find out. Right, follow-ons in force. We'll take the briefest of breaks here and be back for that follow-on when Cornwell will come out. I'm sure they'd like to be keeping that same ball in hand because it was pretty useful, that one. But we're back in a few minutes just after a few words from our sponsors.
Come on, boys, back again. And was it deserved? Yeah, wasn't it?
Hassan Adnan, Anthony Harris. Open Northamptonshire secondaries, Ricardo Vasco Lloyd leading up the Middlesex side.
Possibly Leighton County. I'm not aware of a team from Walking Forest, and it's certainly not in the Essex League.
Well, as you can see, they were on and then they were off. The rain is falling here at Merchant Taylors School, and McManus and Vasconcelos were just over that boundary, open, ready to go. Middlesex were and are still in the middle. The old skipper, he's having a word with the umpires. There's a spit of rain in the air. What I would say is the light could well be a problem this evening as well, but Middlesex will know if they don't. It's one of those days you've got to get out there and you've got to get playing. It's otherwise hard to get going until the rain stops completely, but they were within a spit of starting. But the rain is coming down and the umpires have called the covers on, so off comes Lewis Deploy. Roland Jones made a late plea to the umpires. The bails are removed and the covers will be rolled on with a bit of rain falling. You can probably see there's a little bit of moisture on our screen there. There you go, it's a clearer shot. But yeah, spits of rain at the moment. It's not that heavy, which I think is what Middlesex's frustration is, that they played on through heavier showers than this earlier and they blew through. But yeah, the spits of rain falling. And the umpires now rolling out the first, the second. Well, there you go. It's a pretty grim view, isn't it, of what's over Merchant Taylors School. You can see that little bit of rain falling there in front of the camera, but also in the distance in front of the school and that tree line behind. Well, as soon as the rain stops, the players are the umpires are out there at the moment. I think that might be a light meter reading they're taking at the moment, so there'll be a combination at this stage of light and rain affecting matters here. But as soon as play resumes, hopefully this evening, but be it in the morning as well, then we'll be back at the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Myself, Kevin Hand and Matt Kabir. Floyd bringing you this one in association with Zafabet.
Some of them think they've done some work in the place, but still playing great kids. Teams play them, I know.
I think there'll be a lot of people really competing at that.
Colpeg. Oh really? Where's he going? You're trying not to agree, aren't you? You're trying to be the juice for us.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whereabouts are
Yes, that is. Yes, directors of cricket, isn't it?
Race of pheasants. Race of pheasants. Christmas Day.
Yes, we do race of pheasants on Christmas Day.
I worked in Hackney and it was plenty of shooting.
And hunting down. Yes. Oh yeah.
Race of the other gang members. Well, you knew something.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's right. It's fiction, it's fiction, it's fiction. Well, we would have been if we hadn't made that ridiculous declaration at Northampton.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And, you know, when they did it, I thought, well, if we did the rally before at the end of the season, we're just going to fall short, and the draw points from that makes a huge difference.
5 wins in a row. Storming up. Keep us out of the third division.
And like today, maximum! Ended up with 8 down. They're 8 down at the end.
Yeah.
Dave, Harris had tip one down and throw it along leg. Say, what do you want? Like, I've got 50, 60 like that. And I put it down long leg's throat. That goes with both.
Yeah, I did do that. It's true.
At times, but
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
no. I think lack of knowledge should be down to the declaration.
I know,
of fans. Like a capitulation at Cardiff. Total.
Last one, thinking we're going to lose them.
No.
No.
Was really
Had been announced, but it was.
We've read it.
Yeah, he was in charge because he was there.
So in the vestry.
I know.
I said, oh, Steve. Yes, he was in charge.
Didn't he do a brief
T20, he did, yes. He was in charge. Then he started. He was in charge.
In fact, he might have had a watching brief took over the next team.
Well, he told me he was in charge, but I said, look, I'm in charge. Yes, everyone knows I'm in charge.
Don't you get any
Don't you know who I am?
don't you get any indications of
Yeah, I think Coleman had actually marked his card about it.
That's why he didn't get sacked twice.
They've tried sacking Steve.
Ah,
for
that's the
years.
letter I never opened. That's the one that's lying on the doormat still, isn't it? I'll open it in September.
Held up to the light.
I was going to say, yeah, 45, but it never worked.
Maybe there's a redundancy package.
I don't think Gillen's going to sanction that one.
But I think I'll see you there.
And you think Anderson again?
It's too much, Jonas.
It's a onesie, is it? Is it a onesie?
It is a onesie. Is it? Completely one piece of it. I sleep in one bed. Nothing. Oh, yes. Just in case you stumbled into the wrong hotel room.
You're on the top floor. They put me on the ground floor.
Oh, shit. I hate
Oh
that.
my god. And it was right by the car park.
Oh, it's, yes, that's
All
no
I
good.
could hear was wheels going at 4 in the morning. About 4 in the morning.
Yeah, and they were yours going out of the car park.
No, yeah, there's wheels on those.
That's the trouble. That thing is, there's a lot of rooms on the ground floor because only don't be a high rise, does it? It's all right because it's just off the main track. Maybe you need to get the top floor. No. Book it online, 5 minutes, ring up. I've had a booking for 6 months, good afternoon.
Yeah.
I booked a travel lodge for January. About half an hour later, they said, "Would you like the option to select your room for an additional £3.50?" It's like 6 months away. You want £3.50 to select a room? Maybe it's just bought 25 balls.
When we drew the 20 odd yards.
Yes, exactly. And then drew it correctly when we started bowling.
It's so small.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah. So if you want to go and if you want to go on a shopping spree, now's the time because there ain't police around to do anything but look after Trump at the moment. Oh God! And indeed the shelves will already be empty by the time we get there. Yeah. Good. I was going to say we've got to go to culture, so it's the only place we can find milk near us. Yeah, that's right, exactly. And stuff like Emily cornflakes.
Is that yours okay? Is that how you walk? Sachet it up. Don't know. And you've got one out of Dina's. We're trying to get a turn, the opener turn, really. They will find a million and one reasons not to go to Turkey.
Yeah. Oh, he'll do that.
Somebody there running around to the pool about who's got away from home. Because that's what always happens.
Oh, absolutely. Credibility just gets in the way.
Middle of fairway or
No idea, hasn't it? Ah, look at that.
it's never trouble.
And they have winter rules because the fairway is so hard to drive. Oh, yeah. I've never seen it before. No, look. I thought I'm not going to so, I'm not going to go to fairway. But yeah, you can't really get the sand inside one bar.
Umpires Hassan Adnan and Anthony Harris, Vintage.
40 overs. 40 overs. But who's going to find a cut? 32 overs is 32 overs.
Why do you test?
Sorry?
Why do you test? Is it only that?
Yeah, regulation.
Who's deployed the Middlesex side.
Get your car out. Have a crap. I can't use the radio because I can't tune in the tab radio.
You can't tune in the DAB radio.
Ricardo Vasconcelos and Lewis McManus opening the Northamptonshire second innings.
Once the light program went, what was the bloody point?
You thought of getting Alexi, you just talk to it.
This one.
I'd be confused to have two of them as well, wouldn't it? Alexa and
Now I know where we were. I don't need a big one. County Championship cricket. I don't think it was. No, the third one. It was on the third one. Really that one.
Vasconcelos on strike and opening the Middlesex bowling on the leg end, Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that Northampton's missing a few players. Justin Broad, the captain, Proctor. Of course, the leg spinner, Calvin Harrison, their top wicket taker in the county championship. I think he might have gone back from his loan from Notts.
For the Yorker, that was how he finished it all off. Picking up Chahal.
FL Weatherall's not involved. He had a good start to the season. I think as a result, Middlesex will look at this batting lineup and think, right, this is our opportunity here. Not at quite full strength. And the weather is set fair for tomorrow, so even if Middlesex only pick up a couple here, they'll really fancy their chances tomorrow. But they will want to use these conditions. These do feel like really nice bowling conditions. It's a Northampton side low on confidence after that first innings.
Tell you what, Helm and Roland Jones aren't a bad pair of first change bowlers.
Yeah, Toby Roland Jones has not always taken the new ball, has he? He's been used before as first change quite regularly. He's a versatile bowler. Same with Tom Helm. Yeah, I don't mind this really, because Cornwell's probably the biggest swinger of the ball.
That's going to be close. It hasn't got up at all. No. Did it get up just enough? He's not the tallest of Vasconcelos.
My gut feeling was it kept low, but not low enough. But let's have a look. I think that's fair enough. It might have been an umpire's call job, top of the bails, but you can see why he gave it not out. It was close, without a doubt. As you say, he's not a tall man at all. That's probably an understatement. He's a squat figure. Is Vasconcelos.
Without loss then. Middlesex certainly feel there's wickets to be had this evening. Try and make a couple of inroads at least ahead of the final day, where the forecast is a lot better tomorrow, so they won't be overly concerned if they were to lose too much time in what remains of today. There you go.
Seaman bounce from Ryan Higgins. He had to sort of move his gloves away there, didn't he, McManus? That the ball actually went underneath his gloves. They could have very easily just brushed on the way through. He wasn't expecting that much bounce or seam into him. It wasn't a million miles away at all.
That's well played. Just keep the bat face open, get in behind that. See a number of players closing that bat face, just lulled slightly by a straighter line, but you have to be so careful here at Merchant Taylors. The ball can just find that extra bit of bounce or get stuck in the pitch. Again, starting wide enough on this occasion though from McManus, but you can see the little pursing of the lips there from Higgins as he turns. He likes this.
And this is why he's so good with the new ball, because he hits the seams so regularly. We've seen already, I'd say 3 or 4 deliveries move significantly off the pitch.
4 or 5 inches taller. Ryan Higgins, and it's hard to see how England would have been able to keep him out over the years. His figures quite extraordinary in first-class cricket for an all-rounder.
There was not a clamour, but there was definitely a discussion, wasn't there, in the media, a call from some parts of the media to get him into the side because he was just delivering for season after season, really. His batting's really come on since he's come back to Middlesex.
There you go, right on the spot again. That's well played by McManus. Just gets enough behind it. Well, he gets almost everything behind it, but you can see he's just trying desperately to keep that ball out. Wary of it nipping back in and trapping him LBW as well. 9 without loss after 3, maiden for Higgins.
We talk about all-rounders statistics, and obviously the ideal is you have a better batting average than your bowling average. And if you look at Higgins's stats in isolation, they're just outstanding, really. I mean, 105 matches, he averages 36 with the bat, 1200s, and he's got 307 wickets, an average of 25. Yeah, there's an 11-run difference there, which is unbelievable, really. It does make you wonder. I mean, we just grew up in a society in cricket where you're obsessed with pace, and I think that obviously counted against him. But I think if you looked around the counties, I don't think you'd find an all-rounder with those kind of figures.
I know it's been pointed out by a few that almost, had he have not been a bowler whatsoever, but just on the way he bats and you know the combative nature that he is as a batter as well, that his batting average itself would have been enough to make the selectors think just about as a bat, because he's an all-rounder. He's almost regarded as, well, he's an all-rounder and we don't need an all-rounder, but over the years his batting's been good enough to push for that alone. That's a brilliant ball. He's done very well, Vasconcelos, to keep the bat down there as well.
Yeah, brilliant ball and really well played. Look at that. That's a great angle, isn't it? Wow, look at the flexibility there. Can't do that with dodgy knees, can you? That ball just followed him. He dropped the hands, got his head out of the way. That's perfect. And he didn't even go down. Stayed on his feet.
Keanu Reeves would have been proud of that one.
Does a lot of yoga, I reckon. A nice bit of shape. First one we've seen just shape away. This is good testing bowling first up from these two. Vasconcelos has not had the best of seasons for Northamptonshire. He scored just over 400 runs, averaging just 25, but he's still a key player, former captain. You get him early, that's still a big moment.
Very good ball to end the over. Thick inside chunk of the bat for Vasconcelos, gets him the single. 10 without loss after 4, but really good stuff from Cornwall again, and very good signs for Middlesex from yet another young seamer, showing plenty of promise. Like the look of what you've seen in Cornwall?
Yeah, a lot. Not seen him until this season. And yeah, I really do. You know, he's tall, he's strong, he can swing the ball. He looks like he enjoys the tougher moments as well. I've seen him bowl crucial overs in white ball cricket. Obviously trusted here to take the new ball ahead of the likes of Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm. So they obviously trust him.
That's gone. There's no stopping that one. Higgins full and straight. Vasconcelos plumb in front. And Middlesex have their breakthrough in the follow-on.
think Ricardo Vasconcelos knew, really. He looked at the umpire briefly. He played all around that one. Looks like it is. Yeah, that's crashing into middle and leg at best, really. And he knew. Just going to have to walk back to the pavilion. He actually almost played inside it, really. Bit early on and inside that delivery. And Higgins knew too. So Middlesex do get the early breakthrough that they wanted. They're on the board. It's been a good last few overs, hasn't it? Since they came back after the rain delay, picked up 2 quick wickets to mop up the tail and finish off the first innings, and now they've got an early one in this. It just looks a slightly different ball game with the new ball under this cloud cover. The light isn't exactly the best. It's still absolutely playable. It just looks like it's a different test now to earlier in the day when we had that partnership with Zaib and Leach. Things calmed down a little bit. And this is going to be a big test as well for Adi Sharma. Coming in at number 3, very inexperienced player. Made 33 or 51 balls in that first innings until he was trapped LBW by TRJ. He doesn't regularly play in this side. With Proctor out, 19-year-old gets an opportunity. Just this second first-class match. First game he played earlier this season against Gloucestershire at Northampton in May. It's a big moment for him. He'll be nervous.
And he's got him, and he's going to be on a hat-trick again. Well, Higgins and Middlesex are on a roll today. 10 for 2 at the start of the follow-on. And Middlesex seem to be storming their way to victory in this game.
Another bowler on a hat-trick, would you believe it? This is a lovely delivery, just full, enticing the drive, and it seams in a long way. That, admittedly, the batter will feel that the bat didn't come down the right plane, a little bit from first slip, but nevertheless, that's a great ball to get first up, isn't it? Just entice the drive when the batter's not quite ready, and that's what can happen. You miss, I hit, says Higgins.
Look at the smile on his face. Absolute delight. So here comes Sales. The way that Higgins is going, he's almost reaching Murtagh level bowling for Middlesex at the moment. Just rarely leaves the spot, always in the game, and he's Middlesex's go-to man with bat and ball so often. Player of the year for the last couple of years. Slower start with the bat this year, but boy oh boy.
He's a bit like Darren Stevens, isn't he? In a lot of ways, but a little bit quicker maybe. Maybe Darren Stevens had a bit more wheels earlier in his career, slowed down significantly, but just such a reliable performer, you know, hard hitter of a cricket ball as well. Down the order, perfect. And just doesn't matter, he doesn't have the extra pace. He just consistently troubles first-class batters, doesn't he? Wherever he is, whichever conditions, he can come back with the older ball as well and do the same. Just changes up his plan a little bit, maybe goes a bit more stump to stump. So what is this, the third bowler on a hat-trick in this game?
That's the second time Higgins. He's got 4 slips, a short leg, short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. And it's Sales on strike for the hat-trick. Oh, right on the spot again. You were just waiting to see that bail go flying behind him.
Pretty much the same ball, wasn't it? He went for the same delivery. And this time the batter was equal to it, not the expansive drive that we saw from Sharma. But yeah, great decision as well to go with him. Could have easily gone with Roland Jones or even Helm.
Too straight on that one. And Sales get off the mark. Well done from Cornwell down there. I think with the way that he's bowled in the last few overs, you'd have forgiven him perhaps doing a Curtly Ambrose on that one, not quite making it there. Thrown out a cursory boot. Just looking at Higgins' figures again, you've just gone through them there, Floyd. Bowling first class average of 25.38. I said that he's almost reaching Merter levels for Middlesex. Merter's first class average with the ball 24.5.
Pretty much identical, really. Mert's got a few more wickets, but still over 300. That's a lot.
You've got to think Merter didn't really. I think it was 26 when he came across to Middlesex from Surrey. That was when it all really began for him. His first class record at that point wasn't bad, but it had fleeting opportunities. And all of a sudden, 2007, Merter's first year with Middlesex. He was 26. This is Higgins' third year back with Middlesex after the stint with Gloucestershire. I'm not saying he's going to reach Mercer levels of wicket taking, but depending how many years he wants to go for, it's going to be very difficult to wrestle his position in this side. 11 for 2, 2 in the over, and Higgins has got Middlesex up and running in this Northamptonshire follow-on.
4 years, who cares?
27 overs remaining in the day. If we get there, might have to pull up stumps before that for bad light. So that's a perfect amount really for Middlesex. None of the seamers will get tired.
Oh, that's outstanding from Cornwell. It's almost unplayable.
Yeah, outstanding as well from Cracknell, because this ball swings after it goes past the stumps, doesn't it? And Cracknell does really well just to follow it and take it with his right glove. Great delivery, and then look at that. See that swing and die on him. That's really well.
Down the hill as well. So it was dying on him, as you say. But as a keeper, you can never quite know. Is it going to veer up, hit you on the chin? Full of ball, just allows Sales to lean into it. Might just make it. Long chase for Williamson. We'll forgive him the lack of the dive there at the last.
But rather he errs on the side of full, though. You know, they're both trying to get the batters to drive. Saw what happened in the last over when Higgins did that early in the innings. Rather do that than have them on the back foot. There is a bit of nibble out there.
It's a lovely shot. Bumps back past the bowler and up the hill it goes. Williamson will have to give chase again. This one will keep him interested a lot of the way, but not all of the way.
2 teasers for Kane, and I think he appreciated those two. He's probably just thinking, God, can't you just hit it a bit harder so I haven't got to run after? I would say that shot's even better than the previous ball, isn't it? Lovely full face of the bat. Really nice that. He just holds the pose, hits it into the ground. It was kind of like Kane Williamson's masterclass on Sky the other day. I don't know if you saw it, but talks about hitting the ball into the ground, hitting the top of the ball. It's exactly what Sales did there.
Try a catch, but I think the bat just clipped the pad there. It'll be a leg by, signalled by the umpire. Just clipped the outside of the pad as well, but the bat certainly, I think, made a contact with the pad. Mercer, in answer to that question, 959 first-class wickets.
That's just ridiculous, isn't it? It's hard enough to bowl 959 overs, let alone take wickets. How many overs?
Ooh, Bulls 46,000 well, 50,000 call it.
How many exactly? How many balls? I'm going to do it now.
46,949.
$7,824 overs and a couple of balls.
As I say, the mad thing is it didn't really get going his first class career until 2007, and even at that point he had to fight for his place in the Middlesex side when he was 26.
So how many kilometres do you reckon he would have run bowling those overs? Yeah,
I don't know, but he'd have run them slowly.
I was about to say, that's why he's in such magnificent shape, because of all of that running he's done and bowling.
Yeah, I could probably tell he was miles per hour quicker than the amount that he ran. And that's the thing, you know, Higgins is, I think it's fair to say, considerably faster than Murtagh. Again, they have that speed gun on. And I believe now these umpires' cams have the speed gun on them as well.
Oh, there's the one that just nips in, the full one that nips in. It's interesting, they've got the silly mid-on in as well. Which don't see too often. But it's quite a good idea, really, isn't it? Because if you're going to get the batter driving very full, just to have that fielder in the eye line and just there as a possible catcher, just plants that seed of doubt, doesn't it? When you get that delivery to drive.
Crickinfo's description of Tim Mertens that give the author name on this: a bustling swing bowler with a marching run-up. Crickinfo staff.
A marching run-up.
Oh, I think he was home.
Let's have another look at this one. Yeah, he kind of was coasting a bit, wasn't he? And that actually wasn't a million miles away. That was close. Had that hit.
Tom Helm's face.
That might have been out. Yeah, look at Helm.
He knew. Yeah, never coast, eh? But yeah, they had the speed guns on one game. Higgins was hitting low 80s. That was probably just hitting mid to high 70s top, I'd say, in his career. Towards the later stages, it was certainly down. Well, they had him down at 65 to 68. Never did hit 70.
Really?
Yeah, in the very last couple of years, yeah. Oh, insight on that.
It's amazing, isn't it, when you watch Higgins bowl, how little the ball hits the middle of the bat, even when they're defending, because it's either seaming in a little bit, more often than not. Occasionally one seams away as well, but it's when the batter's defending, they never look totally secure. It's at the inside half of the bat quite regularly. Murtagh would be similar, actually, wouldn't he? He was very similar.
Oh, that had every chance as well, but it was beautifully played by Sales. That's one of the shots of the match.
Check out the timing on this. It's just a flick, really, isn't it, from Sales? That's gorgeous, that is. It's a flick, but he still presented the full face of the bat. And with that fielder in there as well, you know, it's Fairly brave shot to play too, because that could easily go in the air. But he was 100% confident in his shot there. That was nice. He's played 3 delicious shots so far in his 10 balls, a cover drive, a couple of straight drives. His dad would have been proud of those. David Sales, Jumble.
The best array of nicknames in cricket, isn't he? Car boot.
Jumble was the main one though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
best array. There was a few, weren't there? They just chipped away at him, didn't they? Were the best ones they could come up with. But yeah, Jumble absolutely was the main.
Black Friday. Boxing Day.
I think we're getting down to the bargain basement here of the puns.
Here's TRJ.
The lifts there. Quite catch it, but down it goes to Tom Helm, who'll be into the attack soon.
Yeah, Roland Jones has switched ends from the start of the day. In the first innings, he bowled at the bottom end, the lake end. Up the hill. This time, the old man, the senior statesman, he gets to go down the hill, which is only fair, really, at 37.
Nice. Line of length, just wide enough for Sales not to get involved. Yeah, there was one match where it's quite good fun. Ethan Bamber bowled the quickest ball of the match, to which he was absolutely delighted, because on the opposition was Stuart Broad. To that stage, I should add. And then Nottinghamshire pushing for the victory in the final innings, and all of a sudden, crank, up went the speed from Broad and blasted away anybody being anywhere near to his pace. And that was only 3 years ago, probably. 2 years ago. Oh, that shag's back in. Works for a single.
Wonder if we'll see any spin today. I'm not sure we will for the rest of the day. I think because of the shortness of the start of this innings, as you can see there, just 24.2 overs left. It's kind of perfect duration for Middlesex. They can rotate the seamers, and then they'll all be fresh for tomorrow as well, for one last push. And it may mean that if we aren't to see any more Zafar Gohar, it might not matter too much. They can pick up, as I say, a couple more today. They'll be in a stupendous position tomorrow. And because you've got the 4 seamers, that really makes a difference, doesn't it? 4 genuine seamers, you can rotate them. Just don't leave yourself with too much to do. What they don't want to have to do is bowl 80 overs tomorrow to get the job done.
Little wide to finish, but a decent over from Roland Jones. The threat remains from him. 28 for 2. There you go. 8 pitches here at Merchant Taylor's School.
Imagine going to school here, you know, and I'm getting to go out there and play on this pitch. What a deck to play on for a school kid. been involved with Middlesex for a while. I remember coming here once for like a Middlesex under-11 trial or something ages ago and being very nervous, being in front of the big school up there. And it was always known to be a good ground. And it's kind of overtaken quite a few other grounds, isn't it? You know, Middlesex used to use Southgate, used to use Uxbridge back in the day. Merchant Taylors has now definitely overtaken them in terms of the facilities, the quality of the pitch. You know, you've got to have really good facilities, ground staff to be able to stage a proper 4-day county match.
Angled in again. Thinking about two, but just the single. Williamson collects.
Of course, we'll be at Radlett later in the summer for 3 one-day cup matches. Equally lovely ground.
Whipped away. Higgins going full and straight. McManus doubles his tally.
Yeah, gotta rub my eyes here. It's a freebie from Ryan Higgins. Don't see too many of them. Just a leg stump half volley. I think McManus was a bit surprised as well, but he tucked it away nicely.
Yeah, Old Merchant Taylor School is the pitch that we're playing on. The first class game here was played at Old Merchant Taylor's Cricket Club behind the old pavilion. In fact, it wasn't played. It was washed out over 4 days. They did play a T20 on it on the Sunday, I think it was, against Hampshire, and then Sussex arrived that week for 4 days of it, but washed out for 3 days, and then it was too damp on the final day to play. Down at the Lake End, I'll leave you to your own deductions as to why they're not playing down there anymore. Oh, shape for Higgins, that really swung in.
There's the big in-swinger off the seam as well. Well watched by Lewis McManus, played it well at the middle of the bat. He doesn't often swing it in the air, does he, Higgins? Just occasionally. Just got to be wary of it. He's not afraid to try things. He's bowled, what is it, 5 overs now. I wonder if Tom Helm will eventually replace him from the Lake End. That's not got up, has it? We haven't seen too many of those in the last few overs, but we saw some earlier in the day. Tom Helm in particular seems to be able to exploit that, I think, because of his extra bounce. Every time it does keep low, you notice it more. Yeah, I just wonder if Helm from this end might be a good option down the hill, but they've just started with Roland Jones, so could always bring Helm on after him and switch TRJ to the Lake End.
It's a nice shot. On his toes, Sales. He's got a few away now, hasn't he? Might not get the boundary on this one. It's all in stop from Ben Geddes. They run 3.
What do you think, Kev? I mean, I wasn't here on days 1 and 2. How much more time do you think we have before they might think about bad light setting in and us having to go off? Are we likely to get the 22.5 overs?
No. Oh, it's a lovely ball from Roland Jones, isn't it? Good line and length. Well, I'd love to say yes, because I fancy if we did get the full 22 overs, Middlesex would be very close tonight. I think the pressure's on, isn't it? It's only going to take 3 and 4 to go now, and all of a sudden the pressure's going to start to mount massively on this innings. Northamptonshire would dearly love, wouldn't they, get through another 8 overs maybe this evening, and the bad light comes in again. It's just before 6, so roughly from about now on that first day when we were taken off.
Okay, well, it's about 5:36 now. If we only get another 20 minutes or so, I think Middlesex might just scale down their hopes and say, right, we'll just have one more then, please. Leave 7 for tomorrow. I'll take that. Bowlers get a nice long sleep. Waiting here on the Zafar Gohar news tomorrow. Got to remember as well, as that over's bowled, 38 for 2 off 10, that it's an experienced seam attack as well, barring Cornwell. You know, Toby Rowland-Jones 37 to have to get up and then go again and bowl a few overs tomorrow. Tom Helm again over 30. Run Higgins is 30. So it's not like you're talking about, you know, 4 22-year-olds. It's not a given that they'll all be, you know, okay, pull up fine tomorrow. It is their job, of course, to come in and bowl in these situations, but I think the rest is important. I think today's gone okay for them because you get that rest as well with the rain. Should be fully firing tomorrow. And I think Lewis Deploy will be thinking, I just want to do it with my seamers ideally, really, and I'll bring myself on, I'll bring Sam Robson on just to give him a bit of a rest if I have to, because the ball is turning as well. But I think ideally he's thinking, right, I've got 4 quality seamers here, it's over to you guys, you do the job for me, and if it takes a bit longer than planned, then I'll come on and give you a bit of a break.
Both give you a look at the stumps, don't they, Sales and McManus. Higgins can firstly with bat in hand. He's very much a thou shalt not pass, really brings the back of the body around, gets everything in behind. Both of these bats, I think, are very aware LBW is heavily in play at the moment, so they're wary over committing. Oh, so close. Inside edge.
That was close, I think, to hitting Sales exactly where you don't want to get hit. I think, oh, it was close, wasn't it? Really nipped in and zipped off the seam, really. It bounced to. You're right, Kevin, that is sort of number 1 dismissal you need to be wary of if you're a right-handed to Higgins. And then it just gets one just like that, just to kind of hold its line. That's a big weapon as well. It's pretty relentless. Unless you're willing to try something different, if you move your feet, something like that. But again, when you're trying to save a game, it doesn't look great if you come down the track and get out. More about survival right now for Northants.
It's a lovely shot again. Fingertips maybe from Higgins, allowed Helm to get around. And dot ball to finish the over. 38 for 2 with 11 bowled in the follow-on.
Well, you can definitely play the straight drive, James Sells. Don't worry about that. We've seen that 2 or 3 times already in this innings. Just looking around the grounds, looks like Kent, bottom side Kent, have sent Glamorgan 189 to win that match. Actually, it probably would suit Middlesex if Kent won that game. Glamorgan 25 points ahead of Middlesex. Leicestershire look like they are going to beat Derbyshire. Probably Derbyshire 4 down in their second innings, need another 354. So Leicestershire might be streaking away a bit, but it gives Middlesex a chance to gain on Derbyshire. And Gloucestershire about to follow on against Lancashire, still trailed by 83, 93 without loss. So it could be a Lancashire win tomorrow, you never know. Here comes Tom Helm.
Halfway forward there, McManus, wasn't he? A little late coming down.
So let's just say that Lancashire, who are just ahead of Middlesex, 1 point, if they manage to win that, Middlesex will keep pace with Lancashire, and they should go above Gloucestershire and gain on Derbyshire a little bit, and go above Northamptonshire as well. So should go up at least 2 spots by winning this match. There's the bounce. See, that's why I was keen to see Helm from this top end. I think it's a good decision to take Toby Rowland-Jones off after just a couple of overs. We might see him at the other end, I think, which is where he started at the Lake end. But something about Helm from this end, where he seems to be able to extract prodigious bounce. And then when you get the one that scuttles low, it's just that much more dangerous.
Yeah, agree fully on that. We've seen some fantastic bowling from Higgins, Cornwell. Rowland-Jones is a metronome as usual and has been throughout this innings. But you just feel that Helm's capable of that real X-factor ball. Cornwell is as well, but Higgins has got that. Helm has got that experience to go with the height and pace.
And I think there's one thing as a batter that is just almost impossible to legislate for, and that is extra bounce. Very hard to deal with. I remember Ricky Ponting saying something similar, didn't he? During that 2005 Ashes, the bounce of Harmison and Flintoff. Just very hard to combat. You can't make a last-minute adjustment. And when it's not that consistent either, just the odd one climbs a bit more than a previous one, just because of the way you bent your back or the pitch. Very hard to get around that. You feel like the ball's always kind of hitting up near the top half of the bat. Hard to middle it. The hook shot becomes a big risk because of the top edge.
Bends the back to end the over. A maiden to start up for Helm in the follow-on. 38 for 2.
Lewis McManus having to captain today as well because Proctor's missing for personal reasons. So a lot on his plate in this match. He's captaining, he's keeping, and he's opening the batting. Not much downtime for him really. gets out. That's the only time he gets any downtime, and he doesn't want to get out. Big ask, he'll be drained at the end of it. Yep, Tully B. Roland Jones from the Lake End.
Run away for another boundary. Sails into the 20s.
Yeah, angled the bat nicely there, didn't he? Played that deliberately, played it down as well. It's a good start by Sales. Looks fairly comfortable. Short boundaries here too, so you do get full value once you get it through the infield. I'd love to know the proportion of runs scored to third man as well in the county championship over the season.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because usually you'd be ruining anything that goes down to third, deep third, and with 322 in the bag on your favour, you're not particularly. Middlesex is. It's almost a freebie in this one, isn't it? You can get away without that deep third in this without having to kick the turf every time. Just want to be attacking, aggressive, keep those catches in.
Yeah, it's a great position to be in as a fielding side now, isn't it? 322 ahead still. You can really attack. The bowlers can attack with their lengths.
Oh, goodness me. That looked as though it was going to be clattering into the stumps if he didn't play it.
That's the length where Toby Rowland-Jones wants to be. Good natural length for him. Just a bit fuller. Previous two deliveries just a bit short. That is perfect. You can see that Sales there was slow to move forward. And he gets bounced too, Toby Rowland-Jones. And he gets a nick there, that's going to carry easily.
That is close, but drifting down, I think.
Too much bounce, I think. Too much bounce. Seamed in and bounce. Again, that's his danger ball too. Love to seam the ball into the right-hander. Yeah, and that looks like that's pretty going over leg stump. Maybe even going down. It seems to gather pace off the pitch, didn't it? Thumped into that back thigh pad. That's why you wear a back thigh pad. That would have been sore otherwise.
Slightly straighter from Rowland-Jones. Turned away for a boundary. Just put a little bit of extra oomph into that one, perhaps.
Just slightly erring in line. That leg stump wasn't too full though, so it's not as easy to clip those as it is a really full delivery on leg stump. Put it away nicely though.
Back and across. Get behind that one. Let's finish the over Sales. 46 for 2. 19 to go today. 13 bowled in the innings. At the moment, the light's still playing its part as well. We were done by this time. Or certainly walking off this time on the opening day of the game. This was to be a 40 over session, wasn't it? Until the latest interruption. Brought it down to 32. That's Helm at his best. I was going to recall a match many years ago when Helm, who took 5 for in a match on his debut against Yorkshire at 18, he took 5 for 35 at New Road against Worcester with Jeff Arnold's chief bowling scout and a good few of the England Bowling Brains Trust in attendance for that game. A review of his performance that day was that's as close as you get to Test cricket without being in the Test arena. It was a promising start from Helm to his career, but stress fractures, side strains, he's been unlucky with injury, but really looking in his prime this season, and it's good to see. Tucking up McManus there. So many questions posed by the Middlesex attack, isn't there, at the moment? Feels inescapable for Northamptonshire. This will really enthuse Middlesex because the batting does look very, very strong this year. And think of the players that aren't in this game for Middlesex: Luke Holman and Josh De Carey's. Both arguably batters who spin the ball. Holman pushing to be a genuine all-rounder. Lovely shot. Over the top of it and onto it quickly, McManus.
That made a lovely sound off the bat. That was right out the screws. Just a hint of width, not too much. He climbed into that, McManus. It's almost like he knew where the ball was going to be bowled. Didn't really move his feet, just used his hands. Great shot.
Ten balls in and he concedes a scoring shot. Oh, nearly follows it up with a wicket.
Leading edge, this ball just seems away a little bit. A bit early on the shot. Wasn't too far away, was it? Just one bounce into the bowler's hand. The way the ball is nipping around now, Middlesex will feel we deserve a third here. Good conditions, let's exploit them.
Nice finish to the over as well from Helm. I mean, one of the questions will be this this follow on the Kookaburra ball in hand. If they do have another 18 overs tonight, 32 on it, just how responsive will that ball be tomorrow? They will get well, should they get the 18 overs tonight, then they'll certainly get a fair chunk of a second new ball tomorrow, Middlesex. Especially bearing in mind at the moment they haven't seen Zafar Gohar back on the field today. You'd have to almost imagine then that potentially rules him out of tomorrow, so it's over to the seam attack to try and do it. Which does put a slightly sharper focus then on that Kookaburra ball in the morning to see how much it's still seaming in particular. Occasional bit of swing this evening as well. That's close. Going down. Going down. Just did too much. I think there was a little bit through the air on that one, wasn't there? Roland Jones doesn't like it at all. How much of Midland off could we see, though?
Roland Jones distraught. This does swing in the air. Hits him on the back pad. Whew, that is close. That is very close. You could make an argument that it was hitting leg stump. It wasn't absolutely stone dead, that's for sure. Great delivery. Came out the hand. I think that was maybe what saved Sales there.
There was every chance that one wasn't going to be coming in and was looking to challenge the outside edge from Roland Jones. Yeah, I think what you just said there, it wasn't stone dead, that's for sure. And I think, even though there might have been a chance that was clipping, the amount you could see of Midland off was too much for the umpire to say after the amount it swung that was still going to go on and hit.
Toby feels a little bit hard done by. I think it wasn't just that one, but there was one yesterday as well with Saif Zaib on 7, which he felt was plumb, and that was a lot closer. That one, it looked pretty adjacent, all the truth. So he's probably thinking about that one now as well, isn't he? As well as that last one. Bit of anger. And this is a good little spell, this last few deliveries. James Sales should have been forward there probably, but he's now got a bit of doubt in his mind. He knows the ball is nipping. Just sense that something's building here now.
Particularly get up. It's coming veering back in as well.
Oh, I was expecting to see the off stump cartwheeling there. This is nipped in. This is a, oh, that is a good leave, isn't it? That is just a couple of inches. He suddenly looks unsure of himself. James Sales, he looked pretty confident up until the last over. Now he's just not quite sure where that off stump is. So that LBW appeal has just put some real doubt in his mind. Like, can Roland Jones take advantage?
Yes, he can. Roland Jones takes the umpire out of the equation, and he takes the stumps out of the grounds. Middlesex have their third of the follow-on, and Roland Jones have been pushing hard for that.
Well, what a few deliveries, and this is an absolute seed, isn't it? This decks in a long way. It's the perfect length, drawing the batter into a big drive. It wasn't quite there, and middle stump is pegged back. He was all over Sales like a rash in that over. Tell you what, you should go back and watch that. If you're watching on the live stream, just rewind it and have a look at those last few deliveries from Roland Jones to Sales. You'll watch a master at work. That was brilliant, wasn't it? Just testing him, testing him, testing him with that nip backer, and then finally getting him. He's still got the magic. That's a big blow as well, because Sales, up until that point, he was looking pretty solid. 26 off 34 for him. Middlesex have got their third. Just will make them sleep a little bit better tonight. Then get another one. Even better.
Well, this is it. McManus is hanging in there at the moment. If Middlesex can grab one more quickly, then all of a sudden, halfway through the allocation of overs tonight, it's a long way to stumps unless light intervenes. But the way that Roland Jones built up a head of steam there, sheer force of will from Roland Jones to pick up that wicket, it felt like. Might be close to a wide. Got away with it on that occasion.
Yeah, I can't believe that wasn't called a wide, to be honest. That was very short to a short batter in Lewis McManus. And he probably would have needed a ladder to play that. Yeah, now that wicket's just given Middlesex another lift. Yeah, if we get close to that 16.5 overs, I think they fancy another couple more at least. Just going by what you said, Kevin. So you're used to coming in more than I am, and you said we won't get anywhere near that. So I'm setting my sights a bit lower for Middlesex, just say 1. But if we get the 16.4, I'm thinking we want more than 1 here, Middlesex.
I mean, I was hoping that reverse psychology might kick in with the weather. We get the full allocation. I did off mic say that when it was 40 overs to bowl tonight, with the potential of an extra half an hour, there might not be a final day. Quite sure 32 overs will be enough to pick up the 7 wickets that would force an extra half hour though, but I fancy 40 overs. Middlesex may well have got close, but the session's been reduced down to 32. Just feels inescapable at the moment for Northamptonshire, and there's an air of inevitability about it, but Middlesex equally really have their tails up.
That was banged in very short, but didn't get up at all. Just seems a matter of time, doesn't it, really, here, this match. Northampton need something close to a miracle. They need something to happen here. They need suddenly the ball to go a little bit soft, stop moving around, a pitch to flatten out. We haven't seen any evidence of that so far. It does feel like there'll be something in this for the bowlers tomorrow as well. Maybe a bit more variable bounce.
Got a cry of excitement as Bartlett stretched wide outside the off stump to try and drive that through the covers. He nearly picked up 4 down the ground. Not what he was looking for at all though. 2 taken, end of the over, 53 for 3.
Okay, Williamson doing the fielding again. He's had a few chases. The veteran supreme batter today won that one. Let's have a look at Roland Jones against Sales then in that previous over. It was a brilliant over. That's the first LBW appeal, which was similar to the wicket, but it just did a bit too much, probably just going down. And a leave, which was just 2 inches away at best, really, from that off stump. And then the booming drive, perfect from Roland Jones. A big celebration from him as well. That pleased him, because when you're all over a batter like that and then you can close it out, that must be a really satisfying feeling.
Straight back on the spot for Roland Jones. To McManus, the single giving him a look at Bartlett.
It's kind of similar to Ryan Higgins, isn't it, with Roland Jones, is that the danger ball for a right-hander is the nip backer. So that's the one you've got to really be looking out for. The problem is they've also got the ability to hit the ball away as well, and get the spinners involved. But I'd say primarily you want to be protecting your stumps. This is George Bartlett's second innings of the day, of course. He's been out once already today. Fencing at a backward length delivery from Tom Helm from the other end. Which bounced on him, sliced it to gully. Ryan Higgins took a decent catch. Never great as a batter when you've got to bat twice in a day.
So I'll run. Got to do themselves every favour here, haven't they, Northamptonshire? The basics, like turning the strike around, not letting a bowler like Roland Jones get into a groove against one in particular. Inside edge. Coming to McManus's rescue.
Almost a carbon copy of the ball that dismissed Sales. This time, though, the batter defends rather than a big booming drive. That's probably what saved him. It's just such a dangerous delivery, though, isn't it? Yeah, he's got good rhythm now, Toby Rowland-Jones. He's still got a lot to offer at this level, even at 37.
Look at that for a step across from Bartlett. Now Rowland-Jones will have plenty to say about that. There you go.
I was wondering when a batter might just come down the track to try and put either Rowland-Jones or Higgins off their length. That's what you've got to do sometimes, even when you're trying to save a game, just to mix it up, because otherwise these bowlers will just continue to hammer a length and eventually one will have your name on it. So I don't think it's a bad plan at all from Bartlett. Just got to pick the right deliveries and maybe you'll get something you can hit, something a bit shorter.
Running behind that one's finished. 3 singles off the over, 56 for 3. 17 bowled in this innings. 15 remaining of the third day, lights permitting. Feeding time at the zoo. Oh, I thought we were going to the press tent.
They're not listening in there.
Got the Cricketer magazine in there today. I think spotted somebody from Wisden in there as well. Bounce again for Helm.
Yeah, it's a very different challenge with Helm, isn't it, compared to Rowland-Jones. He just bowls slightly shorter length, just back of a length, but he gets so much lift. His natural length would be just a bit further back than Toby's. You're generally playing everything off the back foot.
Off the ground again. McManus as he defends that one. Pushed back by Helm. Just solid line and length bowling. Gun barrel straight past the edge. Even the umpire liked that one.
So he tries to defend with the front foot here, but it's so hard, isn't it? Like, goes through. Yep, see the umpire there, standing umpire just motioning that one, bounced as well. Don't really want to see that as a batter, do you?
Oh, now is there a little feather on it? Cry a catch went up from the slips. Helm and the keeper then followed.
Lewis deploy, his second slip was really confident initially and then sort of withdrew his appeal. If anything, it would have been the Q end of the bat because he was through the shot early. McManus might have also maybe brushed his back, the back of his fleece maybe on the way through. Might not have hit anything. They realised soon after the appeal that it wasn't worthwhile.
Fiercely struck. Heading towards us, that'll ramp up over the advertising boards. Chief exec earning his money.
Second time we've seen that shot from Lewis McManus, this time a bit further in front of square. Lashes onto anything short and just outside the off stump very quickly. It's like one of those old quick cricket bats, those yellow ones. Remember using those as a kid. The Wimble. Might need to re-grip that one.
Oh, he's gone for the Yorker and he nearly got that through. Just a bit of shape in the air again from Roland Jones.
Yeah, I don't think George Bartlett was necessarily expecting this. They often expect the Yorker from Roland Jones. He saw that front foot move a long way across his stumps and then had to retract it and get the bat down. Does move across his stumps, Bartlett. Can have some fond memories of playing against Middlesex George Bartlett. Remember doing a game at Lord's, I think it might have been the first game of the season, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. Really good game, and Sam Robson got a big 100, I think, in the first innings, 150 or something, and Somerset chased down a big score, high 300s or something like that. George Bartlett got 100 at Lord's, might have even been his first 100, first class cricket.
That's nicely put away. 4 more for Bartlett, his first boundary.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to play that shot had he not come down the track like he did a few balls ago. Came down the track, turned it into a clip off the legs. It was only about off stump line, really, maybe even just that side off stump. But moved across his stumps too. That would not have been a bad ball had he not moved. Do see there though that he does get a long way across his stumps. And I think someone like Roland Jones will be looking at and thinking, right, that's enticing. You know, if I can just trap you there with my nip back up, there's a lot of pad to aim at.
Back again to end the over. 19 bowled, 64 for 3. Trailing by 300. 13 overs to go today. Expecting a full day on the final day. It's very difficult to see a way out for Northamptonshire here, the way that Middlesex are bowling. Even in the absence of Zafar Gohar today, which one would have to assume means it'll be off the field again tomorrow. The umpire's having a look. I did just think a moment ago it looked as though it was starting to get gloomy again, and that looks as though they're going to have a look, and I fancy this might mean we're done for the day. It's pretty close right now. Off we go. Once they've taken their reading for the match, that's what's set, and yeah, we're roughly at where we were on day one. The illuminated scoreboard on the far side gives us a fair idea just how gloomy it's getting. I would suggest that 6:15, it's fair to say that'll be stumps for the day. I doubt they'll call it for about 15 minutes or so, but very difficult to see that we'll get back on this evening, which means Northamptonshire highly likely to resume 3 down in the morning. 96 overs to survive tomorrow. 7 wickets standing. It will be hard work.
Well, you're right, Kevin. We won't get all the overs we wanted, but Middlesex will take that. In just 19 overs, they'd have definitely taken 3 wickets in the Northamptonshire second innings, and did a good job of polishing off the first innings earlier today as well. Safe save, the one standout with the bat, excellent 82 from him. Higgins just one short of his 5, and Noah Cornwell was excellent as well right at the end, taking the last 2 wickets with 2 deliveries. And then continue where they left off, Middlesex. Higgins getting 2, Roland Jones getting 1, a couple of peaches in there as well, particularly Higgins getting Adi Sharma, and then Roland Jones probably his delivery to get James Sales. The pick of the deliveries in the second innings, 64 for 3, trailed by exactly 300, and as you say, it's hard to see a way out for Northamptonshire from here. They need something special, and they need a couple of special knocks, not just one.
Yep, hard to see us getting back on today, but of course, if they do, you can join us back on the stream in association with Daff. I bet if they don't, then from Matt Kabir, Floyd and myself, Kevin Hand, and the rest of the stream team, we'll see you in the morning with Northamptonshire as bad light sets in here in Northwood. 64 for 3 and trailing by 300 runs in their follow-on.
Yeah, just for the place. When we booked it up, 30 nights, really expensive. Yeah, there it is. And quite a few games here, they lasted 3 days. So much spent £100 plus, and it's just security little charges. I don't know, you never know. It could be that Oasis or Wembley, yeah, it could be because of that. People going to the airport.
Yeah.